is the Wednesday, March 17th, 2021 afternoon session of the Portland City Council. Good afternoon, Keelan. Could you please call the roll for us?
Good afternoon, Mayor. Rubio.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Hardesty. Maps.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here. Under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference, and the city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGov PDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public can also provide written testimony to the council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet remotely by electronic communications. As always, thank you for your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we manage through these challenges to conduct the city's business. We'll now hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony today should address the matter being considered. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct, such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And just one clarification, given the significant public interest in today's efforts, the agenda did notice that we'd be giving 2 minutes for public testimony today. So folks could try and complete their testimony in 2 minutes because we definitely want to hear from everybody. We have 2 items that are related on today's agenda, items number 165 and 166, please, Keelan.
Amend Title 33 Planning and Zoning to facilitate the provision of shelter and housing options for Portlanders in need. And 166, amend City Code Health and Sanitation, Emergency Code, Public Improvements, Water, Property Maintenance Regulations, and Affordable Housing to facilitate the provision of shelter and housing options for Portlanders in need.
Thank you, colleagues. Today we are holding the first of what could be a couple of hearings to consider the staff recommendations from the Shelter to Housing Continuum Project. As you're aware, the 2015 City Council declared a housing state of emergency. That state of emergency has subsequently been extended twice, currently through April 4th, 2021. When Council last extended the emergency back in 2019, Council directed the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability to develop a legislative proposal to make permanent changes to city code to create an easier path for temporary housing, shelters, and alternative shelter siting and permitting. The council directive led to the Shelter to Housing Continuum Project, and the staff recommendations we'll be hearing today. The state of emergency declarations by council have allowed for the expedited siting of homeless shelters and related services and streamlined the design review process for affordable housing. It's been my experience that these actions have been favorably received by an overwhelming percentage of the city's population. During the emergency, we've also learned about a variety of new shelter formats that have proven effective. These operational improvements have provided significant efficiencies and improvements to be able to address expedited affordable housing development and to provide service locations to people who are experiencing homelessness. This shelter to housing continuum project builds from those lessons and makes permanent changes to city code so that we can continue the work that we're already engaged in without the need to be perpetually relying on emergency powers. The housing crisis, I think we can all agree, is not over, but this project is intended to give us some of the additional tools we need to provide shelter and stability for people living on the street until everyone in our community has access to housing. I think all of us understand that as we face the continued humanitarian crisis on our streets, we need to do everything we can to quickly and humanely get as many people off the streets as possible. It's unacceptable to me, and I'm sure it's unacceptable to everybody who's participating today, that thousands of Portlanders are living in unsafe conditions along the side of the road and in our public right-of-ways. I hope that today's conversation leads to the changes that can help us open more facilities that offer a safe alternative in terms of shelter, while also providing services to help people move towards permanent housing. I'm committed to working with Commissioner Ryan and the council to strategize increasing housing production as well. I want to be clear, this project is not about legalizing unsanctioned camping. I've been getting lots and lots of emails and texts from people who believe that is the intention. I want to be clear, this project is not about legalizing unsanctioned camping. It's about removing barriers to building more facilities managed by public agencies and reliable nonprofit partners. I appreciate that this project also enables non-governmental partners, think, for example, faith institutions, to play a more significant role. That's something we've been hearing about from the public for a long time. The scale of our crisis demands an all hands on deck approach. This is the first hearing of this emergency ordinance, and I want to be clear, the council's not going to vote on anything today. Today, we're going to hear the staff recommendations. We're going to have some opportunity for question and answers on the part of the council, but largely today is about putting the proposal on the table so that we can hear what it is and that we can understand what it is not, and give the public the opportunity to chime in and give guidance to us. We are your city council and we want to hear from you. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are interested in expressing their opinions. We want to hear all opinions on this. So let's take the time today to learn more about the proposal and to hear from you. We may not get through all of the public testimony today, but it is our intention to do so. And once we have a sense of how many people are actually signed up, that'll give us a sense of whether we can complete on time. I believe we can, but in the event that we cannot, we will carry over testimony to next week's time certain. We want to make sure that everybody has that opportunity. Presumably, if we get through the testimony today, next week at the time certain, the council will have more opportunity to deliberate, to reflect on what we've heard in terms of the information that we're getting back, the feedback from the public. There'll be an opportunity to discuss possible amendments before we come back a third time for a possible vote, which would be tentatively scheduled for March 31st. I'm pleased to say that this project has also created what I see as an important opportunity, in fact, a necessity for a number of city bureaus to collaborate. Obviously, when we're talking about homelessness, when we're talking about some of the issues around the provision of services and public right-of-ways, this doesn't fall to any one bureau, it falls to several bureaus. So I understand the project team included staff not only from the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, but also the Housing Bureau, the Bureau of Development Services, and the Joint Office of Homeless Services. The Bureau of Environmental Services, the Water Bureau, the Portland Bureau of Transportation, the Parks Bureau also contributed in helping shape the draft that is being presented to the council this afternoon. This project was, in my opinion, able to transcend Bureau silos through a monthly interagency coordination meeting and other meetings. I want to thank Zach Curl and Sarah Fee Allen from my office for helping to convene this process. And with that, I will introduce Commissioner in Charge, Carmen Rubio. Welcome, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to keep my remarks brief because I know that we have many people who have signed up to testify. And I want to start by saying thank you in advance for everyone who is testifying and who has reached out to our offices. Thanks for your thoughtful input, and thank you to everyone who submitted written comments as well. I've only been here for 2.5 months, but this project has been underway for 2 years. So I want to also acknowledge and thank the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff, the Planning and Sustainability Commissioners, and the past council for their work that's brought us to where we are today. We've been under a housing emergency for 5 years, and the need still grows. But that emergency will expire, and when it does, we'll return to the non-emergency status. The original codes keep us from responding with the urgency the crisis requires. And current codes limit hygiene facilities, shelter locations, the number of beds, and how long an individual can stay. They also make it challenging to quickly open temporary facilities during seasonal changes or severe weather, to provide wraparound support services, and allow village-style communities. I believe that most Portlanders feel their neighbors deserve dignity, self-determination, and safety, regardless of whether they are housed or unhoused. And I believe housed and unhoused Portlanders alike don't want us to regress, especially during a public health crisis. In fact, we all want to see progress. So today is about listening to Portlanders, advocates, and experts, and about additional actions we can take, and that we have a responsibility to take in response to the housing crisis. It's also about clarifying how the proposal works, what it does not do, so that we all truly understand it. And with that clarity, we can consider our community's feedback before decisions are made. My hope is that continued community input will clarify the dimensions of the proposal and help us weigh different possibilities in next week's hearing as well. After today's hearing, I am committed to working actively with my colleagues, as I know they are just as committed, and continue working with our communities to help the shelter to housing continuum reach its best possible form.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Commissioner Ryan, who is the commissioner in charge of the Joint Office of Homeless Services on behalf of the City of Portland. Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Rubio. I just want to start off by saying that we all know the situation facing our city, the houselessness crisis, is nothing short of urgent, and we must act as a unified council to address this urgent need. Over the past year, we have taken great strides in expanding shelter options. We have launched innovative outdoor shelters, drastically expanded our winter shelter program, and we are beginning to expand alternative shelter capacity through the Joint Office of Homelessness Services. As a region, we are building the foundations needed to provide the humane response that we need to bring safety and stability to those who need it the most. The next step that must be taken is to remove the roadblocks that have existed for years. The current zoning that restricts shelter siting at a scale we need in order to be effective at this time. All three of the bureaus that I have the honor to oversee, Business Development Services, the Joint Office of Homelessness Services, and the Portland Housing Bureau, have been working on this package for almost 2 years, as the mayor said. And it is such a major priority for my office. And yet I also know that as an entire city council, we are united on this one of our top 3 priorities. I want to thank everyone who has been involved in this extensive process over the last couple of years. Like Commissioner Rubio, I haven't been here too long, so I'm on the shoulders of some really good work. And I especially want to thank all of you who are here today to testify. It's your day. The council is taking, in fact, a 3-week deliberate approach to this proposal so that we can consider all of the options carefully, hear what the public has to say, and pass a package that will best serve our city while ensuring we have the flexibility and the nimbleness to respond to the urgent houselessness crisis we continue to face. I look forward to today's presentation from the staff and also to hear the testimony, and that we have a process that serves all of the people in the City of Roses. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. And with that, we'll jump right into the staff presentation. Director Durbin, I'll leave it to you to facilitate the presentation. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. For the record, I'm Andrea Durbin, Bureau Director for Planning and Sustainability. I want to start by thanking project staff at BPS for their incredible work on this project, including Al Burns, who retired last month, Phil Naimany, Sharon Bono, and Eric Engstrom. And we're especially grateful to our Bureau partners for their collaboration, including Development Services, Housing, the Joint Office, Bureaus of Environmental Services, Water, Transportation, and Parks. We do our best work when we were working collaboratively together. Before Project Manager Eric Engstrom walks through the summary of these changes and proposals, I want to acknowledge that sometimes the people who are most impacted by a project have the least power to influence it. People experiencing houselessness are not usually able to set aside time to testify in public hearings or even have access online. To help overcome this barrier, the Planning and Sustainability Commission hosted a panel discussion of people with lived experience with houselessness and a panel of shelter operators. The PSC found that that discussion to be very informative, and it influenced what they ultimately recommended to you. In addition to the public testimony you will hear today, I would encourage you to listen to this panel discussion from their January 12th work session as you consider this package. Finally, I want to remind you and the public that the purpose of this package is to remove barriers in current codes for providing a continuum of housing support for people experiencing housing instability. This package will not deliver these services and support, but what these changes do establish are requirements that our houseless population and our neighborhoods are served better. For example, outdoor shelters that are managed by nonprofits where basic needs like personal hygiene and litter collection are managed will be better than what the houseless community and neighborhoods are experiencing today. As we hear from the public, I hope that we can all bring a commitment to protecting dignity, health, and livability of our city and all of our residents to the conversation. And now I'd like to introduce Eric Engstrom from Planning and Sustainability, and he will walk through the details of this package. Eric.
Thanks, Andrea. If I have permission, I will share my screen and start a PowerPoint. Okay, you should be all seeing a PowerPoint file on the screen. Is that working?
Yeah.
Great. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for having us today. I will try and also be brief with this, but I want to give you a quick overview of what's in the proposal. The project purpose, as you all know, is to provide more opportunities for people who are houseless to get into supportive shelter and related services, and also to help facilitate moving folks from shelter to more permanent housing. And we're trying to do this by amending city codes to facilitate the work of agencies and nonprofits that provide shelter and housing and related services. As the mayor mentioned, the origin of this project was a direction from council in 2019 when the council last extended the housing emergency. We have 4 areas of focus that you'll hear about today. The first is about how we site shelters and related services. The second is establishing outdoor shelters as a new type of community service use in the zoning code. The third is providing more opportunities for group living. And then the fourth is related to tiny houses on wheels and RVs. And before I go into the details of each of these four areas of focus, I want to just quickly address a few misperceptions about the project. This map shows, I think this was prepared by the Joint Office, and this map shows where people have been camping informally throughout the city over the winter from February through, or from November to February. And this is not a map of sanctioned facilities, but it's a map of where campsites have been observed. As you can see, this is a citywide issue. This project does not address or authorize unsanctioned camping by individuals or groups in public spaces or parks or anywhere really. This is about where we cite facilities that provide services run by public agencies and nonprofit entities. The mayor said this already, but I think it bears repeating a few times today. The project does not allow permanent campsites or facilities in open space or parks. I will speak to the temporary activities code as I get into the details of my presentation. And finally, this is a text amendment to the city codes. There are not maps being adopted by this project. The code refers to the existing zoning map and the designations on it. And those designations, the code describes where under which designations different things may be allowed. So first, the traditional sheltering aspect of this. The first element is expanding the geography of where shelters would be allowed without a conditional use review and increasing the number of beds allowed. The numbers graduate up from low density to higher intensity zones, much like commercial and residential uses do. Permanent shelters are not allowed in the open space zone, and the recommendation does not change that. The recommendation does address temporary facilities, and the zoning code has a temporary activities chapter that permits a range of different uses temporarily. One of the provisions in that chapter gives permission to operate emergency facilities in all zones in the aftermath of a disaster like an earthquake or a flood, or as we're experiencing currently, the COVID pandemic. We're currently operating temporary shelters in several community centers under that provision. The recommendation adds a new clause to this chapter to allow temporary shelters to operate up to 180 days in a calendar year in all zones. And there's not always an emergency declared for every event that causes an immediate need for shelters to operate temporarily. And this code applies not only to publicly run facilities, but also nonprofits such as religious organizations. And the purpose of this was to create more flexibility to ensure that shelters can be opened quickly when there is a short-term need without being dependent on council action. For example, a number of institutions operate temporary shelters during cold weather days or hot days in the summer, and increasingly we have recurring needs on smoky days in the fall as well. So when we hear concern about parks and open spaces and how they might be used, I think this clause is really the source of those comments. It's not that we're proposing permanent shelters or camps in parks, but we have proposed to give more flexibility for temporary activities. This is a map of the current distribution of shelters. And
Eric, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Sure.
could you also make the point, we are currently doing that under this
Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
COVID crisis. We're actually not using the parks themselves, but we are using park facilities. For example, 2 of our community centers are currently serving as emergency indoor shelter to get people off the sidewalks.
Correct. And the emergency clause is not a new provision that we're proposing, and we're currently using it. What's new is the permission to allow temporary shelters without an emergency declaration. This is the map of existing shelters that are under the umbrella of the Joint City County Office. In 2015, before the housing emergency, most of the shelters were downtown, and under the emergency, the Joint Office has been able to expand the geography of where shelters operate significantly, as you can see. This is a map of what the effect of the recommended code would be. The red areas show where permanent mass shelters would be prohibited, including open space and industrial land. The yellow shows where mass shelters would continue to be a conditional use. And then the green and blue show where it would be possible to site new shelters without a conditional use up to a certain number of beds. And as you can see, that opportunity exists in all quadrants of the city.
Eric, sorry to interrupt again, but since we have a lot of people watching who aren't familiar with the lingo, what do you mean when you say a conditional use for all of those yellow areas? What does that suggest when you say conditional use?
Sure. In general, all land uses are categorized as either allowed, conditional, or prohibited. And conditional uses are those that involve a subjective decision to approve it or not, with approval criteria, neighborhood notice, and the possibility of a public hearing. And that process takes 3 to 5 months to complete. Allowed uses are those that are only subject to more straightforward development standards like setbacks and heights. And permits are issued more quickly if the buildings and the development meets the clear and objective standards in the zoning code. So it's the difference between allowed and conditional just has to do with the amount of time and the level of subjectivity that is applied to the review. So that the second aspect is to introduce the term outdoor shelters into the zoning code. The state of emergency has helped us develop alternative shelter models like the Kenton Women's Village or the upcoming St. John's Village. This is a slide of the interior of one of the cabins that I think it's at the Kenton facility. These are more intensive than some of the more informal models that the community has pioneered, but they draw on the same spirit. No one shelter model is going to solve the homeless crisis, but these village-style shelters can serve people who fit better into settings that are smaller and more intimate, and they give an opportunity to build community and empower participants to help and care for one another. At Kenton, Catholic Charities has helped dozens of women end their homelessness and some after many years without shelter or connection to services. This is a slide of the St. John's Village, which is a slightly more formalized but similar model. Again, the format basically is that the sleeping occurs in a variety of different mechanisms, like a cabin or a tent or a yurt or potentially vehicles with services on site, sometimes in a centralized building or otherwise. The recommended code does allow less formal, as I mentioned, such as tents or yurts or vehicles. The definition is broad enough to potentially include the safe parking facilities that have been discussed, which I think the city of Beaverton has a program up and going. And again, I can't say this enough, but this is not about informal unsanctioned camping. It's about developing facilities that are managed by providers with supportive services. This is the map that kind of shows how the zoning code would play out with the outdoor shelters. The red areas show where outdoor shelters would be prohibited, including open space. Unlike the mass shelters, the recommendation for outdoor shelters does include a limited allowance for industrial zones through the conditional use process. The green and blue areas show where, I guess actually blue on this map, show where it would be possible to site new outdoor shelters without a conditional use up to a certain number of beds or cabins. And as you can see, this also has opportunities in all quadrants of the city. The third element of the project relates to housing choice and group living uses specifically. The zoning code classifies residential uses as either household living or group living. And historically, household living has been a residential use where the occupants are related to one another or up to 5 other unrelated individuals. And group living is when you have a larger number of unrelated people living in housing, such as group homes or co-housing or dorm style or single room occupancy or some retirement facilities. We're proposing basically 2 things. First, to remove the definition of household and stop defining household living based on how people are related to one another, and instead move to a system where we base it on the number of bedrooms. Second is to allow group living uses in single dwelling zones and multi-dwelling zones more easily without a conditional use. In single dwelling zones, we limit the square footage to up to 100 square feet, and facilities larger than that would continue to be conditional uses. And that size limit helps ensure that the facilities are house sized and to fit in with the intent of the single dwelling zoning. Sorry, I have some motorcycles going by outside. This is the household definition in the current zoning code. And as you can see, it is a bit culturally specific, and the amendments we're proposing would provide a more flexibility for how people choose to form their living arrangements, getting rid of the relationship requirement. This summarizes how we would differentiate household living and group living in the new framework. And household living would be, it would occur in houses or in plexes or multi-dwelling structures with units of up to 8 bedrooms. Group living would be also potentially in houses and plexes and multi-dwelling structures, but would involve where there's more than 9 bedrooms, or it could be what we call congregate structures, which is when the building or the units don't meet the definition of a dwelling unit, maybe because they don't have kitchens or there's a larger number of units sharing a kitchen. So that would be what we would classify as group living going forward under this model. Single room occupancy buildings have traditionally been part of the affordable housing toolbox, and under the new code framework, they would be allowed as a form of group living. We are eliminating the SRO term from the code because it's created some confusion for BDS, but functionally what has been allowed as an SRO would continue to be allowed as group living. The recommendation also expand group living allowances, removing conditional use requirements in the multi-dwelling zones, which would make it easier to cite affordable housing projects that include some SRO units. This shows a snapshot of the before and after with the way the zoning code would handle group living. The main change, again, is in the residential zones where we'd be moving from a conditional use to allowed, or in the multi-dwelling zones to a less restricted form of allowed use. Finally, the last element of the project is about occupancy of RVs and tiny houses on wheels. These are vehicles under state law, not buildings. And as you know, current code prohibits occupancy of vehicles for long-term residential use. You probably also know that the city has been de-emphasizing enforcement of this since 2017. So this project would proposes a longer-term solution to that. One thing I just want to clarify is before I go into what our recommendation is there are several other mechanisms right now under existing code for people to live in RVs or tiny homes on wheels. Campgrounds and RV parks are currently an allowed use in commercial zones, and RVs or tiny houses on wheels can be in those facilities. State law also has a limited allowance for sheltering people in vehicles on church property, and there are some tiny house on wheel pods that are taking advantage of this state law right now. And then of course, tiny houses without wheels are also allowed by existing code, either as the primary dwelling or as an accessory dwelling unit on a property. So it's really, the question we're addressing is the wheel part really, not the tininess. So with that in mind, what we're recommending with this project is to allow one occupied RV or tiny house on a residential lot with a house. And this would come with a requirement that that the property owner install a campground style utility hookup if the vehicle has interior plumbing. Parking an RV or a tiny house on a residential lot is currently legal, so this change is not really about the presence of those vehicles on property, but what can be done inside of them, how they can be used. So that's a whirlwind tour of what the project covers. Just a few things about the process. As you know, we're currently at the council stage. The project started in 2019 when we began some research into what peer cities are doing on this issue. And thank you to the DLCD for a grant that helped with some of that work. We developed an initial concept outline in early 2020. Staff did preliminary outreach in the spring and set up a project website. Work was organized, as the mayor mentioned, through a multi-bureau committee called the Continuum Working Group. This included BPS, the Joint Office, Housing, BDS, and many others as well. By the fall, we published a discussion draft and had a number of webinars and visited a number of external organizations to spread the word and collect feedback. Later in the fall, we published a proposed draft, which went to the Planning and Sustainability Commission for hearings in December. The PSC had work sessions in January and made their recommendation. And then I'll just also mention that until the record closes, the public can continue to testify with written comments on the link that's on this slide. And we can show this again later if necessary. And this is also on the project website. Just a few final housekeeping things. Because this is a land use decision, staff have prepared findings documenting how this action complies with various state, regional, and local land use policies. And that analysis will be updated based on what we hear in testimony and what you may do with any amendments you may make. So we will be substituting that exhibit at the appropriate moment in a future session. We also want to make sure you have access to several bits of technical analysis that relate to those findings, like input from Bureau of Transportation and BES on some technical things. And so we'll be circulating those memos into the record as well. And with that, that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Eric. And then we want to have a few minutes for our Bureau partners that are part of the working group for this Continuum project, share their reflections as well. So we'll start with Mark Jolin from the Joint Office.
Thank you, Director Durbin, mayors, city council members. My name is Mark Jolin. I'm the director of the Joint Office of Homeless Services for the city of Portland and Multnomah County. I do want to take just a couple of minutes to express my appreciation for all of the work that has gone into this, everybody who's been mentioned so far. In our office, April Roman was the lead on this project. I also really want to appreciate all of the community engagement that went into this code amendment package, in particular with people who need and use shelter, as well as all the organizations that work so hard to provide emergency shelter to people in our community. Since the beginning of the state of emergency as a community, we've moved away from the historic pattern of concentrating shelter programs in one part of town. We did this not because shelters are harmful or a problem for neighborhoods, quite the opposite. A well-designed and supported shelter program is not only a critical resource for the guests, but also an asset to the community. We moved away from concentrating shelter programs in one area of the city because the need for shelter exists across neighborhoods throughout the city of Portland. And we understand the importance of providing people the opportunity to remain where they feel connected to their community, where they have the support networks that will help them in their efforts to exit homelessness. When we began our effort to expand shelter 5 years ago, we listened to people who were living unsheltered and asked them what they needed. They shared a lot about how to improve shelter programs, and that included that they didn't want to have to leave their neighborhoods for shelter. And they asked us for a wider range of shelter options. Our congregate shelters work for a lot of people, and for others, a model like Kenton Women's Village or the St. John's Village just works better. The package of code changes that you have before you codifies the learnings we have done by listening to people who need shelter and by opening many successful new community-based shelter programs during the state of emergency. It recognizes the importance of having the option to create shelter in multiple different areas across the city to meet the needs that exist in those areas. It recognizes the importance of our community offering a range of shelter types so that our shelter strategies can be adapted to the unique needs of both those served and the locations where those shelters will be sited. It also recognizes that successful shelter programs have to be in community, not pushed out to remote areas, and that a well-run shelter program, no different than any other housing or commercial use, is an asset to a community. What the code changes do not do is change how we make decisions about where to site shelter. And it does not, as some have expressed concern, mean that we will be moving a disproportionate amount of shelter to East Portland or to any other part of the city. We have limited resources with which we create shelter programs. In determining where to site a shelter, we look to the shelter capacity that already exists for the priority populations in that area relative to unmet need in other areas. So if we are considering a shelter for adults or families, we will look at where we currently have adult and family shelter and where we don't. We look at unmet need and what areas are underserved by shelter. We then look at the range of potentially available sites in that area and consider critical factors like access to frequent public transit, access to community amenities like libraries, clinics, community centers, schools, housing, and employment. And we look at the potentially available sites for the type of shelter programming we are considering. Is it large enough? Does it have the necessary combination of inside and outside space to make it work for the participants and the surrounding neighborhood? And of course, we consider the cost of the site and the necessary redevelopment in light of the benefits that that site offers. This package of code changes is an important and necessary step toward ensuring that we can have a highly effective, diversified, and geographically based emergency shelter system for people experiencing houselessness in our community. And I would urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Director John. Next, we'll hear from our partners at Bureau of Development Services and Kimberly Talent.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Talent, Land Use Services Division Manager in Bureau of Development Services. I'd like to thank the Bureau of Planning Sustainability for bringing the project forward and coordinating the large number of bureaus whose work relates to shelters and housing. The Shelter to Housing Continuum project is in part a result of tracking work that the Bureau of Development Services has done over the last 5+ years that identified zoning issues impacting shelter proposals. We appreciate BPS moving these issues forward and proposing code-based solutions that will make it easier and faster to permit shelters and get these important proposals out the door. This project eliminates conditional use requirements for some shelters and creates a new community service category for outdoor shelters, which will make tiny house villages such as St. John's Village and sanctioned tent-focused shelters such as R2D2 more straightforward for permitting. In addition, it fixes a requirement adopted with the residential infill project related to visitability, where BDS was having issues with the implementation and review of those regulations. With that, I'd like to thank Matt Wickstrom in the Bureau of Development Services Land Use Services Division, Terry Whitehill, the building official, and Beth Benton, manager of BDS Property Compliance Division, for their work on this project. Matt, Terry, and Beth will be available to answer questions throughout the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, we'll hear from Housing Director Shannon Callahan.
Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Since City Council first declared a housing state of emergency in 2015 to address the houselessness and affordable housing crisis, we've opened nearly 3,000 new units of permanent affordable housing and have a total development pipeline that will stably house more than 11,000 Portlanders, moving them off our streets and out of our shelters and into permanent affordable housing. An important part of our commitment to addressing the houselessness crisis is to create 2,000 new units of supportive housing. To reach that goal, we have re-envisioned single room occupancy housing, pairing housing with supportive services in buildings like the Cedar Commons in Powell-Hurst Gilbert, Finley Commons in South Tabor, and the West Wind Apartments in Old Town, which you just approved this morning and will house 100 individuals in SRO housing coupled with intensive services. The proposed code before you today continues to make progress in streamlining the development process for affordable housing by removing the conditional use review requirement for projects that contain single room occupancy units. By removing this requirement, we will be able to build more housing faster to serve individuals who have experienced chronic homelessness. We at the Housing Bureau are extremely appreciative of the intentional and extensive coordination by the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability with our team. Thank you for your consideration of our testimony this afternoon.
Thank you, Director Callahan. Mayor and Commissioners, we have time now if there are any clarifying questions that you have. Otherwise, we can turn it back to you, Mayor, to open up public testimony.
Yes, and before we get to that, and I know we're all eager to get the public testimony, I certainly am, but given that people are going to testify, we know that there are potentially some amendments that might be proposed. So I would ask that we take a look at some of those amendments now, at least just briefly describe them and put them out there so that if people have a thought one way or the other, they could raise that. I understand that the bureaus have several technical amendments that they're proposing, and I would ask that the Bureau, maybe through you, Eric, put those on the table just so we know what we're talking about.
Sure, Mayor
And
Wheeler.
to be clear, I don't think we're putting them on the table. I think we're just describing potential amendments that could be put on the table for next week. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the Bureau circulated a memo to all of your offices today with a short list of technical amendments that we have come across in the last few weeks after we after we filed the ordinance. A couple of them relate to group living, congregate housing. When we changed those definitions, we inadvertently left a little mystery in the code about how you would apply certain standards to those buildings. And that includes the parking requirements, the outdoor area requirements, and the floor area requirements. So there's a technical cleanup to just fix the right cross references to those standards. We also have a wording suggestion for the definition of outdoor shelters that more elegantly describes how vehicles are part of that mix. And the earlier version was just a little bit clunky. So we have a change there. We have another change that's at the request of the Bureau of Development Services. When we removed the household definition, we may have created some questions for them on enforcement of the short-term rental regulations. And so we have a fix to just clarify that. And then the final one was PBOT has asked us to pull the amendments in the second ordinance to chapter 1744, which deals with right-of-way encroachments. And the issue there is that there's a different section of Title 17 that may already address this, and PBOT would like the opportunity to work on that further over time as they have some plans to do some improvement in Title 17 already. So that's all outlined in the memo that was circulated, and most of these, well, all these amendments, I think I would characterize as fairly technical with very limited policy implications.
Very, very good. Thank you, Eric. And I understand that Commissioners Rubio and Ryan have potential amendments, or at least they're considering scoping some amendments pending public discussion. Is that correct, Commissioner Rubio or Commissioner Ryan? Is there anything you'd like to put on the table now? Just as a talking point.
Yeah, thank you. As I have both BPS and parks in my portfolio. We've been starting to have some discussions about those things, but we are first wanting to hear testimony before we proceed.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Commissioner Ryan, is that same for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. And in full transparency, I want to hear some of the testimony today around the minimum size, the minimum site size requirements for outdoor shelter use types. I know there's some people who are going to testify on those issues, so I certainly will be listening with intent there to determine whether or not an amendment is appropriate there, as well as assessing the part of this project that would allow for occupied recreational vehicles or RVs. I understand we'll have some testimony on that front as well. So I'll put those down as two markers that I'm interested in hearing more about, with the potential intention of submitting amendments next week. All right, so now to the, first of all, I should ask, while we have all of our staff folks here, are there questions that my colleagues have for staff right now before we go into public testimony? And I am not seeing any. So we have how many people signed up, Keelan, for public testimony?
We have 108 people right now on the line. More have signed up, so others may join.
Okay, very good. So that's quite a few hours of public testimony. So we will go to 2 minutes each, please. And Keelan will facilitate that. She'll call your name and she'll probably let the next couple of people know who are on deck. If it turns out you have a problem with unmuting, don't worry about it. You don't lose your place. What will happen is Keelan will call the next person, and when you get resolved and are able to communicate, we'll bump you right back in as quickly as possible. So please, if it doesn't work the first time, don't panic. We want to hear from you. And with that, Keelan, 2 minutes each, name for the record. Go ahead and call up the first vote, the first people.
Thank you. I'm going to call the first three names. We have David Potts, Autumn West, and then Leon Porter. So, looks like David is first. Are you able to unmute? There we go. David, are you there? All right, maybe we should go to Autumn next, and then we can come back to David.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Autumn West. I'm a member of the East Portland Equity Collective and a resident of Lentz. I want to make clear I'm not opposed to shelters. However, we believe this is a citywide problem that requires a citywide solution. As proposed, the zoning targets our outer East Portland as the largest residential area where at-will zoning will be allowed without benefit of environmental or other reviews. BPS claims there is no guarantee the majority of shelters will go into East Portland. However, they have cited this as the most cost-efficient area. The city wants to put shelters where homeless people already exist, and we recall how the city systematically pushed homeless people eastward and in 2016 overran Springwater Quarter in Lentz. Since it was possible to relocate houseless people then, it should be equally possible to relocate them now. The city is trying to pacify us, stating that the Joint Office of Homelessness does not have funds to open numerous shelters. However, as written, the code will allow any nonprofit to set up camps with no regulation or requirements from the city. All of this violates Portland's stated goals of equity. In 2017, Lentz Town Hall, Mayor Ted Wheeler made a pledge where he said he would not deliberately pursue policies that would make the problem more exacerbated in this community. He claimed he would encourage more citywide participation to solve this social problem and would work with leaders and community members in our neighborhood to address problems in a meaningful way. All we are asking is for fairness, that the zoning changes be written in a way that keeps East Portland from bearing an unbound that all of Portland share in hosting shelters and camps. All we ask is that East Portland be treated equitably with the same consideration as more wealthy, white, and gentrified neighborhoods. We already know the city fails to hold destructive people and practices accountable, and these proposed code changes will only make it worse, allowing poor areas to sink further into light while gentrified, wealthy Portland pats themselves on the back. I've heard that people from Eastmoreland are concerned about preserving the sanctity of their white privilege golf course. This is a prime example of inequity because for years our children have had to walk to school on streets and the muck through used needles, human waste, and garbage. Wildlife areas and sensitive habitats have already been destroyed in Lentz and no reinvestment or restoration by the city. Lentz is a working class neighborhood. We are healthcare workers, grocery store workers, food service tradespeople. Our only grocery store was closed due to theft. Storefronts in our town center have sat vacant for years because rents outweigh profitability in this low income neighborhood. We have one of the most culturally diverse populations in Portland and the highest rate of new Black homeowners. We also pay the highest assessed value taxes in the entire city, yet our schools are lower rated, our streets are less safe. Crime, and particularly gun crimes, are higher here even before pre-COVID, and our neighborhood has been historically marginalized and neglected while more gentrified areas receive greater protection and amenities. All we're asking for is protections written into the code that outer East Portland does not become the go-to dumping ground for all of Portland's problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Keelan, I see that I neglected an important invited testimony prior to general testimony, and I apologize. Eli Spivak is here. He's the chair of the Planning and Sustainability Commission. And Eli, I want to give you a little bit of space to share a short statement about the Planning and Sustainability Commission's recommendations, then we'll get back to the public testimony.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm Eli Spivak, Chair of the Planning and Sustainability Commission. Thank you for initiating this critical project, to staff for all their great work on it, and for fellow commissioners and jumping in on a short timeline, and especially to Steph Ralph, who's our vice chair and took the baton to facilitate our process through this project. We as a city have a responsibility to ensure housing is abundant, affordable, and dignified. Yet here we are. It's clearly beyond the zoning code on its own to address our present situation. Thanks to recent funding measures, we're building permanently affordable housing at a rate I've never seen in 25 plus years in the city. But buildings don't pop up place overnight, and it's going to take more than this to meet the huge need. Fortunately, there are code changes we can make right now to legalize housing and shelter types that can serve as an alternative to improvised tent encampments, allowing both government nonprofit teams and the private sector, often with no public subsidy, to house our neighbors with the fewest resources. Between written comments and public testimony at 2 separate meetings in December, we heard from over 200 people on this code project. Most testifiers were housed, some were not. All had significant concerns about the present situation, looking for action from the city. Tragically, people living now in tents represent a fraction of Portlanders who are hanging on to decent housing by a thread right now. Folks are doubling up, finding housemates, picking an SRO over a small apartment, or living in tiny houses just to get by. For too long, the zoning code has criminalized such arrangements. This code project removes some barriers to the least expensive forms of housing, both so folks who are currently unhoused have legal and dignified places to live, and so we don't have to get even more neighbors with nowhere to sleep at night. Here's what this code does. It legalizes roommate situations by removing current rules that link the number of people who can live in a house to how they are or might not be related to one another. It allows SROs or group living in more zones by right. It allows one RV or tiny house on a lot and ensures that if it's got plumbing, it's connected to sewer. This is already happening in some places informally, and it's a great way for private individuals to support inexpensive housing, technically vehicles that might otherwise end up in the right of way. It makes it easier to site indoor shelters and associated services, and it introduces a new community service use in the zoning code for outdoor shelters to support emerging alternatives. With staff assistance, the PSC determined that in order to site permanent shelters where the need is, without concentrating them, there is no need to allow them in open space zones. So that's not part of this proposal. We did support an allowance for temporary shelters in the OS zones. I know many people are interested in this issue. City Council, you get the last bite at the apple, so you can make sure we get this code right. I'll reiterate that any shelter created under this code, indoor or outdoor, must have on-site management, trash service, sanitation, and heat. Exactly what's missing from the informal tent camping we're seeing, and that too many of our fellow Portlanders are experiencing firsthand. We will rejoice when every Portlander is housed. Some of the causes of the housing crisis are out of our control, requiring federal or state action, but some solutions are in our control, and this project is one of them. As chair of the PSC, I'm proud to offer our unanimous support for this code package. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Eli. Appreciate it. Sorry, I accidentally skipped over you. Thank you for your chairmanship of the Planning and Sustainability Commission. All right, Keelan, we'll go back to public testimony. I want to reiterate that we have a lot of people. We'd like to get through everybody. Please keep your testimony to 2 minutes or less. Keelan will let you know when the 2 minutes are up. For those of you who have video, you should be able to see the timer. Go ahead, Keelan.
Okay, let's circle back to David Potts.
I'm here.
We
can hear you.
Okay. I'm David Potts. I'm the president of the Lents Neighborhood Livability Association. We have been advocating for housing, better housing, affordable housing for Lents since our inception. We are opposed to city sanctioning camps in the mud for vast members of for our neighbors, which never has been a good solution. And if the city is going to do this, under present zoning, it would take, my understanding is it would take a conditional use permit. This seems to be an end run around the present zoning to keep the public from knowing what's coming their way. And our experience here in Lents is that the city decides what they're going to do. After all the decisions have been made, they go ahead with what the plan was in the first place. And at least under current zoning, we are given notification. And it's kind of after the fact. And I would hate to see this written into code because it's only going to make a bad situation worse. You can you can't drive more than half a mile anywhere in any direction in Lents without seeing people living in the mud. This is horrible. I can't see this as being a good solution for anyone, and I wouldn't wish it on them. I think we need to look more at creating better housing, but allow the neighbors to at least have some input in it, because my vision, what I see happening is that the rich neighborhoods will never allow it in their neighborhoods, and we're stuck. Thank you for listening to me.
Next up, we have Leon Porter.
Hi, I'm Leon Porter. I support the Shelter to Housing Continuum project. It not only allows more shelter options for those in need, but also reduces the public impact from unregulated camping. The Bureau of Development Services already regulates authorized outdoor shelters following the state rules for recreational campgrounds. That means outdoor shelters permitted under this project will be required to have toilets and trash cans and to maintain sanitary conditions. So allowing more campers to move from unsanctioned camps into these regulated outdoor shelters should improve public health and sanitation. The Shelter to Housing Project's group living provisions will help wealthy single-family neighborhoods without many vacant lots provide their fair share of shelter cost-effectively. These provisions will allow more adaptive reuse of large under-occupied houses as supportive group homes. To enhance this benefit, the city should use housing funds to subsidize it. Finally, please extend the housing state of emergency. It'll take years for the full benefits of the Shelter to Housing code changes to materialize. But this year, we'll probably see a wave of newly homeless people when the pandemic eviction moratorium ends. So it would be prudent for council to maintain all its emergency powers until you're sure the emergency has actually subsided. That's all. Thanks for your time.
Okay, next up we have Cole Peterson, Trisha Patterson, and Aaron Brown.
Hey, this is Cole Peterson. So I am both a practitioner I'm a practitioner of tiny homes on wheels on both commercial and residential properties. And I did a survey of existing tiny houses on wheels and RVs in the Cully neighborhood. Kind of at the beginning of the pandemic, I biked around to every property in the Cully neighborhood and counted a total of 66 inhabited mobile dwellings, which actually exceeds the number of ADUs in Cully. So I think that was an interesting and telling survey to indicate that there is a true demand and need for this type of housing. Another just data point that's of interest is that there's been no complaints issued against inhabited mobile dwellings on residential properties since the relaxation Title 29 in 2017. And I think a lot of the comments are very supportive of those provisions as well. So I just kind of wanted to speak up on behalf of those provisions and say that, BPS did a fantastic job of incorporating advocacy and practitioner feedback regarding those rules and regulations. So I want to offer unthrottled or fully voice my support for those recommendations. The only minor improvement perhaps would be to allow for multiple mobile dwellings on residential properties. And I understand there's some issues of why that cannot occur, but I think it's something to explore. But that's it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Trisha Patterson.
Hi there. My name is Trisha Patterson, speaking for Portland Neighbors Welcome. As a pro-housing, pro-tenant organization, we support passing the shelter to housing continuum with a few key amendments. We need a variety of dense, affordable housing right now to solve our housing and homelessness crisis. The shelter to housing continuum legalizes group living, tiny houses on wheels, gives providers multiple types of shelter to work with, and makes it easier to site these types of small homes. In the often cited analogy of musical chairs, this project gives us more chairs to work with. That means fewer people falling through the cracks and more housing options. These improvements are critical to solving our housing crisis, and we need each of them. But there is more this council can do to ensure we make the most of these vital tools. First, we propose allowing sanctioned, permanent outdoor shelters in approved sites within open space zones and in the right-of-way. This does not mean siting shelters in parks or sensitive natural areas. It means keeping options on the table. Open space zones include many tracts that are neither parks nor sensitive natural areas, and any number of those could be good sites. We don't yet know what sites will be ideal in the future. We ask that you not bind the hands of future city councils by taking these options off the table, whether temporary or permanent. Instead, consider sites on a case-by-case basis and approve sites in open space zones by a vote of City Council. For example, Right to Dream 2 is currently in the right-of-way, which could be forbidden under the current language. We shouldn't evict Right to Dream 2, nor should we close the door to future efforts like theirs. Our second suggested amendment pertains to low-density zones. Currently, any shelter in these zones requires a conditional use review. In alignment with the Expanding Opportunities for Affordable Housing project passed last year, we asked for these to be waived for all shelter types hosting up to 20 people on land owned by churches, faith-based organizations, and other community-based organizations. Last, we ask that you not undermine existing vehicle dwellings and not require vehicle dwellings to have sewer connections. Sewer connections can cause a home to become prohibitively expensive. Instead, we recommend the city adopt alternative best practice sanitation solutions. Thank you for taking testimony.
Next up, we have Aaron Brown.
Good afternoon. Can you folks hear me? All right. Mayor Wheeler, Portland City Council. My name is Aaron Brown. I'm testifying in vigorous support of the Shelter to Housing Continuum proposal. I'm also testifying in support of an extension of the housing emergency and in support of the policy recommendations regarding open space advanced by the housing justice advocates at Portland Neighbors Welcome and the details that Trisha just shared. This is my first time testifying in support of a Portland Neighbors Welcome campaign as a homeowner and not a tenant. After a decade of tenancy in Portland, about a month ago, my partner and I were lucky enough to officially sign the paperwork and purchase a home. I'm not gonna lie, at the moment it felt like our timing was pretty crappy. We had signed the paperwork that Thursday last month before the massive snowstorm. I'm sure all 5 of you had to move before. It's really not fun. We were really pretty dang stressed to navigate the details of figuring out how we'd move our boxes, food, mattress through icy streets while also navigating the pandemic, power outages, our lease with our previous landlords, and millennial gig economy work structures. And yet, in the midst of a very stressful 24 hours, I drove by Hazelnut Grove. And I realized that all of my anxieties and frustrations and fears about this snowstorm paled in comparison to the difficulties that our unhoused neighbors were about to face with the snow forthcoming. What a supreme privilege to be certain I had a warm, dry, safe place to sleep at night. How fortunate I was not to be worried whether I'd lose my medicine, my ability to charge my phone, my ability to keep immunocompromised loved ones away from COVID exposure. These are the sorts of basic human rights that housing stability provide, and this measure is a chance to protect the most vulnerable Portlanders from the inevitable storms, literal and metaphorical, that we know are coming ahead. It's unconscionable that Portlanders are writing in to oppose this measure and complain about their unhoused neighbors. I can only hope their opposition is based on a lack of decent understanding of what this proposal would do. I deeply appreciate the good faith concern about making sure this doesn't disproportionately impact East Portland and protected natural areas, and I look forward to the city responding in good faith. But we have a housing crisis, and I believe the victims of said housing crisis should be treated with dignity and respect, not vitriol and dehumanizing rhetoric. In short, I fully support the policy recommendations made by Portland Neighbors Welcome, especially related to the open space provisions, and I hope Portland City Council will act swiftly to pass this measure and give our city more options and flexibility to take care of our most vulnerable neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Keelan, it would be good if we gave another reminder that people have 2 minutes. If everybody talks over their time, we're going to be here all night and we really want to hear from everybody. So if you'd be kind enough to remind folks as you call the next group up, that would be great.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Next up, we have Tim McCormick, Kaya Sand, and Paxton Rothwell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, council members, and city staff. I am speaking on behalf of PDX Shelter Forum, which I moderate and co-founded about a year ago to focus on fast, broad responses to enable all Portlanders to have a safe and decent dwelling as a practical necessity, as part of healing our city, and as a human rights issue. We strongly support S2HC with a set of recommendations or amendments. Those are aligned with those of the PSC, which Eli mentioned, and also those presented by Portland Neighbors Welcome, but with some additions. These were developed through over 9 months of public forum events we hosted and active discussion on our online forum where we have over 350 members. In every part of that 9 months, we prioritized participants with current or former experience of homelessness. And I should say that for me, much of what we are advocating is dwelling options like I have been living in for much of the last years, and the options that may allow me and many friends of mine to stay in Portland this year. I'd just like to highlight a few things and invite you to review our full letter in detail. I think it may be the most detailed of all the letters I've seen, 3.5 pages. Number one, as others have said, allow housing state of emergencies to be continued. As the mayor said, the housing crisis is not over. It may likely get worse. Now is not the time to tie our hands. Number two, we think shelters need a longer initial time to start. 6 months would be into the time where they would not have time to apply for a permit to continue. Number three, don't require fixed water connections, as others have said. Number four, allow outdoor shelters to use housing structures, not just pods or sheds. The council's remit described temporary housing, not none housing, and pods and yurts is unnecessarily restrictive. And then finally, help us get this done by giving us a list and a map of plausible sites. We need that to make this a community-wide effort. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have Kaya Sand.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, commissioners. I'm Kaya Sand. I'm the director of Street Roots, and I appreciate the tremendous work that has gone into the Shelter to Housing Continuum project. Here at Street Roots, vendors and ambassadors have been digging into the details, filling notebooks with notes, and you'll hear from some of them today. I address you with the strong conviction that updating this code is about facing the fact that we live in the midst of a humanitarian disaster. So when folks split hairs or when they advise maintaining zoning barriers to survival, I implore you to think that since the housing emergency was declared in 2015, at least 492 people have died on the streets at the average age of their late 40s. They die regardless of the zoning classification. People struggle to get their most basic hygiene needs met in all city zones. A man just knocked on the window a couple hours ago. I'm in Old Town, seeking me out because his body's covered in scabies and resultingly in blood. He's suffering. He feared leaving his bags. He needs medical support. And I know where he camps, so I looked it up. It's zoned as open space. People lose their toes to frostbite in all city zones. I know a man who lost his toe this winter sleeping in a tent soaked with rain. I looked up the zoning code. His tent is in central commercial. So my point is that as people age decades before their time, when they need geriatric medicine at middle age, when they suffer alienation and violent attacks, they do it in all city zones. So as people live and die in all city zones, what this is about is allowing better organization within those zones for hygiene, for shelter, for life-saving community and villages, so people have better odds for survival. This is simply about removing barriers to the most basic levels of organization so people have a better chance to survival. And that is the reality in which these decisions must be made. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Paxton Rothwell.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I actually first want to step in and say, Kaya, thank you for that testimony. That was like really heartfelt, and it was painful to hear, actually. My name is Paxton Rothwell. I live in Northeast Portland on unceded Clackamas, Cowlitz, and Multnomah land. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sunrise PDX alongside Anna Kemper and Danielle Mylard. Portland's hub of the National Sunrise Movement supports passing the shelter to housing continuum with the amendments presented by Portland Neighbors Welcome. I'd like to speak specifically about reducing the cost and time it takes to set up sanctioned shelters in low density zones. Requiring a conditional use permit is a functional barrier that will discourage many organizations such as churches, faith-based organizations, or community-based organizations from setting up sanctioned shelters on their property. Working through the intricacies of the zoning code and dealing with the City of Portland's permitting process is difficult and specialized work that only a professional architect could readily do. This just adds another hurdle and cost for these organizations to contend with in order to set up a sanctioned camp. Without this amendment, the city would be, in essence, requiring a long, expensive, and frustrating process simply to set up a small shelter camp in an empty church parking lot. In fact, there is a church 2 blocks from my house that has a parking lot that I've never seen used that could be better used as a stable shelter location for some of our many houseless neighbors. I want to touch on that term, houseless neighbors. There are some in the city, maybe even some who will testify against this policy today, who appear to believe that the citizens of Portland sleeping on our streets are less than human. The stigma that the houseless on our streets are somehow at fault for their poverty and that they refuse to work hard enough to get housing is plainly false. Many live on the streets because the capitalist dog-eat-dog system shoved them into an immense and inescapable poverty, and now they have nowhere else to go. Commissioners, we can do better than letting our houseless neighbors who have a right to city services the same as you and I do suffer needlessly on our streets. In the midst of a pandemic, economic recession, and while staring down the barrel of a gun that is the climate crisis at our doorstep, the very least we can do is lend a hand to help our houseless neighbors rest in a stable, functioning shelter. Sunrise knows that climate justice is housing justice, and we need to start with passing this policy. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Next up, we have Matt Kelly, then David Sweet, and Brandon Naramore.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Matt Kelly. I'm a City of Portland employee, but the views I'm expressing are my own, and I'm using personal time to prepare and deliver my comments. I strongly support the shelter to continuum code changes. Like many people who live in Portland, I see people struggling with housing every day. I live in inner Southeast Portland near Lone Fir Cemetery. It's a low density residential zone. And many of my neighbors live in cars and RVs on my street. And for a while, we had one of the portable toilets that the city has been placing around the city, and I'm a huge fan of those. I'm glad that my neighbors have at least some shelter, but I would love to see us help people access housing that is more stable and supported, even if that still means living in RVs. One of my neighbor's car campers caught on fire while he was trying to stay warm in February. He escaped, but lost many of his belongings, including his cat. I do my best to help my neighbors keep our street clean and to help however else I can, but the issues we're all dealing with need a citywide response. And to be clear, I'm not asking for people to be moved from my street. I'm asking for policies that give people access to housing that is safe and stable, where people have access to hygiene and basic services. The shelter to housing continuum code changes are exactly the type of humane and practical policies we should be supporting. I would ask that you support the housing to continuum and urge you to support the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. I also support extending the housing emergency because the emergency is still a reality for many of our community members. Thank you for your time and considering these policies to support our most vulnerable community members. Thank you.
Next up, we have David Sweet.
Good afternoon, David Sweet, representing the Cully Association of Neighbors, which is delighted to endorse the shelter to housing continuum. This package of proposals will make life better for Cully residents and people throughout the city, the well-housed, the houseless, and those housed in ways not currently sanctioned by the city. Many of my Cully neighbors are among the 40% of Americans, residents of the richest country in the world, who do not have $400 in savings. They are one minor emergency away from indigence, possible houselessness. I am ashamed that we have made choices as a society to allow this to happen, that we have not established housing as a human right. And I am proud of my city government that in a remarkably short period of time has pulled together a complex and far-reaching set of amendments to 7 titles of the city code involving at least 10 city bureaus. As a city employee for 25 years, I have some understanding of what a challenging task this was. Of particular importance to Cully is the legalization of tiny houses on wheels, of which there are as many as 66 or more being occupied in our neighborhood. Also legalized are some of the other clever ways that Cully residents and other Portlanders have adopted to the high cost of housing, including group living and outdoor shelters. Organized outdoor shelters are an improvement over the informal tenting that lacks sanitary and garbage facilities. Further, we hope you will consider extending the declaration of housing emergency. Unarguably, there is a greater emergency today than there was in 2015, and the emergency does not end with the passage of this package. We urge you to extend it at least through the end of our public health emergency, which makes housing more essential, and our economic emergency, which makes it more difficult to afford. An extension will allow city bureaus more flexibility in responding to the new clever ways that Portlanders will find to house themselves. Thank you.
Next up, we have Brandon Naramore.
Dear City Council, I am testifying in strong support of the proposed shelter to housing continuum. I also urge the City Council to extend the housing state of emergency and consider the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome, namely allowing sanctioned outdoor shelters in appropriate approved sites in open space zones and in the right-of-way, and dropping the requirement for vehicles to have costly sewer connections. I am proud of this city and its leadership for taking steps to make Portland a more welcoming and affordable city to live in. I am proud of reforms such as the residential infill project and better housing by design. But those reforms focus on helping Portlanders with middle and moderate incomes. With the shelter to housing continuum, we now have an opportunity to clear obstacles for those of us that are most vulnerable. There are some reactionary voices decrying this proposal as it will destroy our parks and even Portland itself. But the absence of shelter does not mean the absence of houseless people. We could take the approach of ODOT, for example, and put boulders in our open spaces rather than show compassion, but erecting barriers will not end our housing crisis and get people off the street. The only way to get people off the street is by building more homes, shelter, and other places to live. The shelter to housing continuum proposal does this while meeting our houseless neighbors where they are rather than seeking to punish, evict, or criminalize them out of spaces. Instead of evicting our neighbors, let's work together to build greater and more plentiful homes, villages, and shelters so that no one has to be on the street and everyone has a safe and secure place to stay at night. Please pass the Shelter to Housing Continuum project and extend the housing state of emergency. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Henry Kramer, then Stephen Judkins and Luke Norman.
Members of City Council, my name is Henry Kramer. I'm a homeowner in Northeast Portland. I organize with Portland Neighbors Welcome, but I'm speaking only for myself here. I urge you to vote yes on this proposal with the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome and to extend the housing emergency. I ask you to do this because we have thousands of Portlanders sleeping on the street. The only acceptable number is 0. And the only way you get people off the street is by giving them safe, stable places to live. Every person you will hear from today, proponent and opponent alike, hates seeing people living on our streets. The difference is how we want to solve that problem. Opponents want fewer opportunities and locations for shelter, which in reality will only make it more likely that people stay on the street. Proponents are asking for more opportunities and locations for permanent shelter because that's how you get fewer people on the street. This is deeply personal for me. For much of my young adulthood, my father was homeless, and as of last summer, he is homeless again. For months last year, I engaged with homeless services in multiple states, trying to get him into a better situation. Here's what I learned. Living on the street means being in a perpetual crisis, at the mercy of a society that would rather you disappear. Every houseless person I met was trying to get out of this hell. Everyone was seeking shelter, ideally permanent shelter. Shelter was the bedrock of their path to safety, and without it, they were stuck and lost. I know you have heard many comments asking you to ban houseless people from one place or another. I expect you will hear more today. When you do, I ask you to keep in mind that the people they want to ban are human beings. Every houseless person is somebody's child. Many are somebody's parent. One of them is my parent. We need to get people off the street and into safe, stable places to live. We need more opportunities for shelter, not fewer. Please reject calls to scale back the options recommended by the PSC. Keep those options open and expand them. Pass this proposal, add the amendments recommended by Portland Neighbors Welcome, and extend the housing emergency. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Luke Norman.
Hello, thank you. My name is Luke Norman, and I appreciate the mayor and the commissioners for taking the time to hear my testimony. I strongly support the shelter to housing continuum, and I encourage you to pass it quickly. As a resident of Irvington and a former board member on the Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods, I believe that our inner neighborhoods can play a key role in providing more options and better options for our neighbors who are currently living on the street. Part of the reason that we play such a great role is, as Mark Jolan mentioned earlier, we have access to frequent service transit. We have access to community amenities, which all Portlanders need, especially those who currently don't have permanent housing. I believe that the shelter to housing continuum makes it easier for us to be part of the solution by helping relax the expensive conditional use review for shelters, and also providing more options on the types of shelters that can be located outdoors. I do believe that we can do even more if I believe we can do more if City Council passes the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome to make it easier for churches and other faith-based and community organizations to host shelters on all sites, removing the conditional use review. I believe this is a key barrier to organizations, especially small nonprofits that don't have the large budgets or the expertise to be able to move through the conditional use review process. I also believe that we should be looking at our open space zones, excluding parks and sensitive natural areas. As we heard today, Right to Dream 2 is in the open space zone, and I think it's a great option. I think council should be open to more of those options in the future. So thank you for the time, and I look forward to inviting more people to my neighborhood, and I believe that your work can help make that happen. Thank you.
Next up, we have Stephen Judkins.
Hi, thank you. My name is Stephen Judkins, and I'd like to enthusiastically support the proposals from the Shelter to Housing Continuum and the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome. When I talk to many Portlanders, the most common emotion I detect when discussing Portland's homeless crisis is disgust. I get it. The camps are disgusting. They're disgusting to look at, and even more disgusting that we allow people to live this way as a society. I don't think the people living there are any less disgusted by what's going on than we are. Our options, sadly, can include just waving a magic wand to make these camps disappear. We can't fix the problem entirely and give these people permanent homes immediately. We can't do the horrible solution of pushing them out of town, displacing them further. Building long-term shelters is something we need to do, but this will be too expensive and take too long to address the really immediate homeless crisis we have. I really like the shelter to housing continuum because it gives us a great set of short-term solutions that will be able to drastically improve the quality of life of homeless Portlanders very soon. Not only that, I think it's win-win. I think the people who don't like looking at these camps, the solutions for letting situations like Hazelnut Grove multiply through the city is just going to be so far superior to the status quo, both for housed people and the homeless people who are suffering the most. This is a great set of trade-offs. Given the gravity of the crisis, I really support passing this as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Anna Kemper, Doug Klotz, and Heidi Hart.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Awesome. Okay, great. My name is Anna Kemper, and I live in what is now Northeast Portland, land that belongs to the Clackamas, Cowlitz, and Multnomah tribes. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sunrise PDX alongside fellow youth climate activists Paxton and Danielle. I'm grateful today to be speaking to you on the topic of housing justice. As you all know, we're in the midst of a pandemic, a housing crisis, not to mention the looming climate crisis. Portland is seeing a record number of unemployment and people forced to live on the streets without safe shelter. The shelter to housing continuum codifies important policy tools to support our current houseless community while preparing for the expected climate-related population increase. I was born and raised in Portland. I care about the city and my neighbors, and I have a vision of a future that values human life and safety as much as anything else. I'm disappointed reading the pushback on the proposed ordinance. Housing inequity impacts us all, and houseless folk, especially BIPOC houseless folk, are our most vulnerable neighbors. Sunrise PDX is in support of passing the shelter to housing continuum along with all the amendments being presented by Portland Neighbors Welcome, but I'd like to speak specifically on extending the open space zones. We're not asking for outdoor shelters to be sited on sensitive natural areas or parks, and there's ample area across Portland, not just East Portland, to site the temporary shelters with approval by City Council. Let me be clear, a blanket ban on sanctioned shelters in open space zones and the right-of-ways is impractical and unethical. If we remove open space zones and ROWs, we would make existing communities, such as Right to Dream 2, potentially illegal. I'm only 24, and I understand that housing policy is complicated. However, I know the future Portland that I want to live in values those who are living outside as much as those who have stable housing. Giving the city some of the policy tools it needs to enable more safe and stable housing for all Portlanders is an important step in the right direction. Thank you all for your time.
Next up, we have Doug Klotz.
Hi, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. My name is Doug Klotz. I support the shelter to housing continuum. It is an important step to making temporary shelter available to all in Portland who need it, and it allows more types of permanent housing. The proposal lowers barriers to siting shelters and services. It expands the definition of group living, allowing more folks to live in these facilities, including SRO apartments and co-housing. It gives permanent status to outdoor shelters owned by public agencies and nonprofits, such as Kenton Women's Village. It allows a single RV or tiny house on wheels on a residential property, and many more improvements. I ask you to adopt this proposal, to go further and adopt 3 more policy changes that are suggested by the Social Justice Coalition and Portland Neighbors Welcome. First is remove the ban on outdoor shelters in open space, OS zones, and in rights of way. OS zoning includes many usable spaces, such as along in ODOT land and PBOT land and under bridges that are still in open space zones. Require any shelter located in open space to be approved by a case-by-case city council vote to ensure that only appropriate sites are authorized. 2, allow RVs and tiny houses on wheels to locate in residential zones and to use alternative sanitation solutions such as pumping services rather than requiring an expensive hard-piped sewer hookup, which can cost thousands of dollars. 3, allow churches, other faith-based organizations, and community nonprofits to site outdoor shelters on their properties in low-density residential zones. Adopting this proposal with these changes will make a world of difference for the most unfortunate of our neighbors and give them a start on the path to stability. Thank you.
Next up, we have Heidi Hart.
Hello, I'm going to play a recording from a houseless neighbor who lives in a tiny house village in Southeast Portland who wanted to join us today but was not able to because of a doctor's appointment. It's a little under 3 minutes, so I'll play as much as I can.
I became houseless around the first of the year when my savings account ran out and I was unable to pay for rent. And I did not know how bad of a situation I was in with my roommates. My disability was canceled because I missed some information from moving, and I'm trying desperately to get it reinstated. I had no clue where I was going to be or where I was going to go. I got accepted into a tiny home program. With this tiny home program, I live in an 8-foot by 8-foot space with my professionally trained service dog that I got almost 6 years ago. She keeps me safe by alerting me to my health conditions. I have MS, seizures, EDS, tachycardia, and some other strange health problems that me and my healthcare team are working on. But I have to be able to plug a mini fridge in to keep some of my medication at a constant temperature, and because my stomach is so screwed up, to keep Ensure drinks and other dairy products cold so I do not continue to lose weight. The tiny home that I'm in does not have running water, but it does have electricity and heat. That's how I survived the winter. There's porta potties on site and a shower. Yes, I have to walk a little bit to get to them. Some days it's hard, but all my basic needs are met. I've had a minimalistic lifestyle for a long time, and I really do enjoy the tiny house. I'm in recovery. I made it almost 5 years without having a drink, and I relapsed in November for one night. I was hooked on heroin 7 years ago, and I gave that up. It's been over 7 years since I've done an illegal drug.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Randy Rainwater, Judy Lee C., and Sean Green.
Judy Lee, are you ready? Or am I going to go first? All right, I'll start. Judy Lee, if you're listening, get prepared to go. And Randy, we're going to have to come back to you because he needs to connect via phone. My name is Sean Green. I'm chair of the Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods, co-founder of PDX Shelter Forum and Shelter Now. All three of these organizations believe that we need to increase and expand shelter and housing options now to ensure a safe and decent place for everyone to rest, secure their belongings, and find community. Our community needs a true continuum of shelter and housing options that recognizes that people have different needs, capabilities, and desires. Shelter to Housing Continuum provides a path to create more outdoor shelter or houseless villages, a strategy that has not only been proven to be a successful model, but something that many people who are houseless have requested. Put yourself in the shoes of a houseless neighbor. What would it mean to you to have a safe place to sleep, secure your belongings, a place with access to hygiene and cooking facilities, and a place where you can make and find community and support? I've talked to many of our houseless neighbors and know that there's not only a great desire to have more alternative shelter and housing options, but that those living in them have been it has transformed their lives. Shelter to Housing Continuum is a complex set of code options that provides our communities with additional tools to respond to our housing emergency. Unfortunately, the fear has the potential to limit these tools and our ability to respond to the community needs. I'm inspired by the focus on these issues in our community and hope that we can harness positive energy to work together in our community. I look forward to continuing to work together to make a positive difference.
And then do we have Judy Lee C. on? Are you able to unmute?
I can try to connect with.
Hello. This is Judy Lee.
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm a almost 62-year-old with many health problems. I've gone from your shelters in Multnomah County, several of them. And this last shelter kicked me out. They say that I called a transgender woman a man, which I did not. I have so many health problems. I've experienced nothing good, especially the shelter I was picked up. I was sexually abused in there. I just got off the phone with a caseworker that is going to investigate what is going on in the shelter. It's a fairly new shelter, nonprofit, low impact shelter for people. The men and women are not separated. And they were letting us sexual activities go on way before I even entered the program, the shelter. Homeless is horrible. We need the tiny houses so bad, and we need the city to help us as well. I'm out in the cold, I'm sick, I have nowhere to go. And I'm asking the mayor and commissioners to please help us. Please help the elders too out on the street. I'm sorry. This is so overwhelming for me. I just struck 15 months ago because of a shelter would not shelter me. I still don't have a right hand to write with and help me dress. The tiny home is what I can afford. I need. As I was sleeping in a tent and was flooded out in Chinatown, and all those people, a lot of homeless people were horrible. It was hard to get sleep. I had to put earplugs in, but I also had to step out of the tent to protect myself. I'm begging you, please listen to us. Please. Thank you.
Ma'am, let me just say, I'm so sorry this happened to you. We have our emergency director for our houseless services is on this call. I'm hopeful that you have a phone number that you can leave with Keelan so that we can connect with you after this event. It is horrible what happened to you. And I just want you to know that my heart just breaks hearing your story. And please leave us a number that we can follow up with you. And I'm getting a thumbs up from Mark Jolin. You sound like an ideal candidate for our emergency housing because of your health issues. So I just don't want you to leave today without knowing that we hear you and we want to help.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good call. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty.
Next up, we have Emma Dixon and Eric Lindsay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you, Emma.
All righty, great. That was really moving testimony from Judy. Thank you, Judy. Good afternoon. My name is Emma Dixon, and I am a resident of Northwest Portland. I'd like to voice my strong support for the shelter to housing continuum. Between the residential infill project and the updates to household and group living defined here, we are creating more options for permanent housing, addressing an affordability crisis throughout our region, which is great. And while I look forward to the day when all of us have permanent homes, the thousands of people who are currently unhoused in Portland need safe, legal places to sleep, store their belongings, prepare food, and attend to their hygiene needs, and they need them as soon as possible. Outdoor villages like R2D2 can be set up quickly and modified easily, and allowing them by right in some zones is a huge step in the right direction. I urge amending the current proposal to allow siting outdoor shelters in open space zones by council approval or another review process that would allow us to protect existing and planned parkland and sensitive natural area while making better use of right-of-way and other underused spaces that could be hosting people who currently have nowhere to go. I also ask that the costly and difficult conditional use review in low density zones be waived for community organizations looking to host outdoor shelters. Both of these changes would open up more possible sites here on the west side of the city, and we need every neighborhood to participate. Finally, I ask City Council to extend the state of housing emergency that is due to expire. The shelter to housing continuum is a long-term vision that will help us address the crisis, but I don't want to leave any options off the table while we have so many people unhoused and unsheltered during a public health emergency. Thank you.
Next up, we have Eric Lindsay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hey, I also just want to say thank you to Judy. Judy, you really touched me. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Lindsay, and I am very, very lucky to be securely housed in inner Southeast Portland as a homeowner. I want to say thank you to City Council and staff for pursuing what is truly an interesting and thoughtful project. Very briefly, I urge you to pass the shelter housing continuum. I think it's really great policy. I urge you to extend the housing state of emergency during this public health crisis and beyond. And also, I can please consider all of the excellent amendments by Portland Neighbors Welcome. I am a small-time developer, and unequivocally, my greatest professional successes have been finding creative ways to create quality housing for folks who are experiencing housing instability. And this code proposal, especially with some extra amendments, will certainly open new pathways for folks like myself to build new kinds of housing in places where it's currently not allowed, that will help to fulfill what, for me and I think many of us here, see as a clear and urgent moral imperative to house all of our neighbors safely and humanely as quickly as is possible. Thank you so much for taking testimony. That's all I have.
Keelan, I noticed the clock went away.
I believe the attendees are still able to see it. It comes and goes for the panelist side. We're trying to troubleshoot it now.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Johan Hannison, Ann McMullen, and Jeannie Gallick.
Hi, can you hear me? Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. Thanks for hearing my testimony today. My name is Johan Hannison. I'd like to strongly urge the passage of the Shelter to Housing Continuum proposal as written and with the proposed amendments by Portland Neighbors Welcome and the Social Justice Coalition co-signing in support. This is a real and large step towards providing more safe and stable housing for the unhoused population in Portland. This will help protect existing well-run shelters, promote the creation of new shelters to help address sanitation, access to services, and community safety. There's a large gap between the limited affordable housing we have in Portland today and living on the streets, a gap this project will help fill. I've personally experienced housing insecurity. I can vividly remember living in a single room with my family, struggling to make ends meet, but we had that room. We had that stable housing, imperfect as it was, and we got back on our feet. I don't know where I'd be today if that option wasn't available to us. This project is a chance to extend that same opportunity for stability to our houseless neighbors and help preserve some of the imperfect but desperately needed options that are out there today. By creating safe space for RVs and tiny homes, codifying a way to easily build more community shelters like St. John's Village and Kenton's Women's Village, I also encourage you to consider the amendments proposed, allowing the use of open space right-of-way in approved sites to help preserve shelters like Right to Dream 2. Please consider alternate sanitation requirements for RVs in the place of a sewer line requirement. This will help preserve existing vehicle homes, waiving the $20,000 in land use fees for each shelter requiring conditional permits. And also consider extending the housing state of emergency until we start to see the benefits of this reform. No matter what, let's get people out of the unsafe, unstable living situations they're in and into supportive housing. Let's take this chance to make a real dent in the numbers of our neighbors living unsheltered. We have to rise to the moment, not look away, and extend our hands and help. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Ann McMullen.
Hi there, this is Ann McMullen. I assume you can hear me since I'm unmuted. I'm on the Hazelwood Neighborhood Association board, and first of all, I want to say that all the testimony today has been really moving, and it makes me proud to be a resident of Portland. And I apologize if my dogs start barking in the background. The Hazelwood Neighborhood Board supports the goals and ideas that are put forth by this code change, but we are asking for an amendment to make the code change more equitable to ensure that the brunt of housing our unhoused residents doesn't fall on the marginalized communities in East Portland. And just to provide some context, may or may not know this, but we are home to the most ethnically and economically diverse neighborhoods in the city. And we're also struggling due to decades really of neglect and disinvestment. But despite that, we are currently home to almost 1,000 beds for unhoused neighbors, which is, I believe, almost half of the 2,200 beds currently available. And in the last 5 years, The county has cited 3 of 6 permanent facilities in East Portland for a total of 450 beds. So we're doing our part. We're happy to do our part. And East Portland is prepared to do more, but we're asking that the rest of the city do their part as well. We have 95 neighborhoods. Every neighborhood should be required to propose and host preferred facility sites in order to make this solution fair and not fall on certain parts of the city. So we're also asking that you extend the current state of emergency so the county is able to site shelters on an accelerated timeline, but we're asking for an amendment that ensures the shelter distribution is equitable throughout the city and avoids concentrating shelters in areas that are already compromised, such as with other issues, such as East Portland. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeannie Gallick.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Gallick. I support this continuum. However, I do believe that open spaces, which includes parks, natural areas, and trails, should be removed from consideration for permanent or temporary shelters. Parks and natural areas are not surplus lands. They have been designated and purchased because of their value as wildlife habitat or recreation opportunities, or usually both. They are lands to be valued and protected. They have been purchased by the public, often through special bond measures and nurtured by volunteers and park employees. There's ample available vacant and underutilized lands within the city for shelters without using open space. Allowing shelters in public natural areas and parks removes public uses. Even if shelters are confined to parking lots, how does this promote a safe and inviting entry? How are shelters confined within the designated areas without resorting to fencing? How are services provided? Where do park users park? Lots of questions. The negative effects of shelters on open spaces can be massive, including soil compaction, destroyed habitat, and garbage. Many of these areas are so destroyed, whether intentionally or not, they may never recover their ecological value. And temporary too often becomes permanent. How do you disperse these camps after 180 days, and where do they go? These should be much more clearly defined. We must do more to find shelter for the houseless, and there's lots in this measure to support. But using our open space, parks, and natural areas for shelters is not the right or appropriate answer. Thank you.
The next three we have are Janal McGilligod, Michelle Harper, and Mary Casson.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, first of all, I want to wish happy St. Patrick's Day to y'all. My name is Donald McKilligot. I support the intent of this project if it helps people get off the sidewalks or natural areas and bike paths, but I do have concerns with how the proposed amendments are currently written and how it will inevitably lead to the clustering of shelters in the poorer, more diverse neighbourhoods of outer East Portland. And anybody who says otherwise is either ignorant or doesn't know how systems work or are just blatantly Machiavellian. So what needs to be done? One, I would think that you need to have, when a shelter is being added, when it's being brought online, it's not an independent event. It's dependent on other shelters that are around the area. So a particular shelter, when it's brought online, is not an independent event, but a dependent event based upon the location of neighboring shelters. And so this would ensure that the clustering effect is mitigated to some extent at least. Two, we could take all 95 neighborhoods in Portland and strive to have each neighborhood host a shelter. That would be 95 shelters. We should rank the order in which new shelters are brought online, where the first shelter in the neighborhood is ranked higher than a second or third shelter in the same neighborhood. What better way to tell the world how Portland operates with equity in mind by ensuring that it's not the poorest people in the poorest neighborhoods that are expected to be the ones to step up, but also the well-heeled, predominantly white residents of gentrified neighborhoods will also have skin in the game. And the final point I'd like to say is the BPS and the city needs to include the voices of residents in steering how these shelters come online. Right now, it's almost exclusively the voice of homeless advocates that are driving the changes. The input needs to be balanced from the very start of the process and not at the tail end when the cake is already baked and your only option is about how many strawberries you want to put on top. Okay, thank you very much.
Next up, we have Michelle Harper.
Michelle Harper, retired citywide collaborative services manager for Portland Parks and Recreation. I had the opportunity to work for the first African-American elected official, City Commissioner Charles Jordan, and former Parks Director. Thank you for your ongoing support and hard work that the council has done in trying to find solutions to the houseless communities for the city of Portland. We have been given the privilege of stewardship for one of the city's greatest assets, its park system, open spaces, parks, trails, and natural areas from its citizens. It is the legacy that we must protect and leave footprints for the present and next generations. This quality of life that we enjoy is because of these amenities. We are crossing the other side of the worst pandemic, health and social pandemic ever this nation has witnessed. Facing insurmountable challenges with hope, we together continue to get through it. Our emotional, mental, spiritual, physical well-being were nurtured simply by the calm respite of walking in a park, simply by the surrounding environment of parks and open spaces. There are places for us to connect with our families, our neighbors, and friends from a distance, providing respite from the storm. Last November, we passed a ballot measure for equity of access to improve our services for the public. Allowing temporary shelters in public spaces takes away from the intended use. The shelter designation goes against the major investment decision that we just made in December. We have evidence of available land and not including open spaces. The problem is complex, as you are aware. We understand the fact that we will always be available to respond to national disasters as we already have, and as we have exhibited through the pandemic and serving other managing other issues of natural disaster. I urge you to consider not including open spaces and look at the available land that you already have available to use. I thank you very much for the opportunity to come before you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mary Casson.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Ann Casson. I want to echo the many others who have praised this effort. The problem is dire, the suffering is real, and I'm as anxious as anyone to find a solution. There are so many good creative ideas here. But after analyzing the experiences of 7 other cities that tried to site temporary shelters in parks and open spaces, I'm convinced that they must be removed from the menu of options, even for a temporary emergency. Here's what I found. Not surprisingly, there are no easy answers. Even with help from city resources and nonprofit partners, over time, the situation spiraled out of control. The size of the camps increased exponentially, as did criminal activities, including deaths, sex trafficking, rapes, and open drug dealing. Nonprofits and volunteers were overwhelmed, and support from the neighbors evaporated. The camps were unsafe for everyone, campers and camp hosts, neighbors, and park users. Park Board member Latricia Vataw, who initially voted to allow sanctioned camping in Minneapolis last spring with strong support from neighbors, said, "The policy was a failed experiment. We are outside of our wheelhouse. I have visited multiple sanctuary sites. I've been offered drugs. I've been offered money for sex. I've watched an overdose happen." After 9 months, Minneapolis pulled the plug on camping in parks. Other cities that I studied included LA, Oakland, Albuquerque, San Jose, Salem, and Seattle. Not one had the outcomes that they'd hoped for. Instead, what's left behind are severely damaged parks, and even worse, damaged relationships between neighborhoods, the houseless, and city leaders. In these 7 cities, there's not one single example of success. Good intentions did not translate into happy endings, but instead evolved into bad feelings all around. Lawsuits are common, no matter how carefully the process is handled. Sanctioned camping areas in parks rapidly expanded, but no one was able to figure out how to put the genie back in the bottle. Portland does not have to make these same mistakes. I'm happy to share my sources. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Mary Rubel, Zari Santner, and Paul Agramus.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Rubel. I've been a devoted parks advocate for over 20 years, having served on and chaired both the Portland Parks Board and the Portland Parks Foundation Board. I applaud the work you're doing to find humane and ethical solutions to houselessness. While I believe many of the proposals you have before you are viable, and I have great empathy for the stories we've heard today, I do not believe that the option of using parks, golf courses, trails, and open spaces as temporary shelter sites is an appropriate solution. Parks and open spaces are one of the bright spots in Portland. They work, and they are a jewel, a defining characteristic that Portland is admired for. Our parks are well used and well loved by a broad spectrum of our over 665,000 citizens, a melting pot that brings together Portlanders of all socioeconomic backgrounds. They are not meant to be used as residential spaces. They are meant to be used as places of recreation and respite, safe, clean, and available to all. On the Portland Parks Foundation, we support opportunities for all Portlanders, whether housed or houseless, to gather in parks. From providing funds for walking tours for Somali emigres, to raising money to feed kids in parks and support summer free-for-all programming, to providing play equipment and other amenities in parks and neighborhoods, our goal is to ensure equitable access and opportunities for all. To saddle parks and open spaces with a role as part of the solution to houselessness is short-sighted and represents short-term wishful thinking. It is simply not viable. It is not a compassionate solution for the houseless. It could disproportionately affect North and East Portland due to the existence of underdeveloped parks lands. It is not fair to the rest of Portland citizens to deny them easy, clean, and safe access to their treasured and much-needed green spaces. And it is wrong to needlessly endanger the health of these environmentally sensitive zones. Your own BPS staff states that there is adequate city-owned land to accomplish your goals without using parks and open spaces. Portlanders passed 2 levies in recent years, one to support the houseless and one to support parks. We need to honor both. Please do not make parks and open spaces any part of the solution for the troubling issue of houselessness. Thank you.
Next up, we have Zari Santner. Zari, are you able to unmute? Why don't we go to Paul Agramus and then we'll come back to Zari.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Council. Thank you. I'm the chair of the Portland Parks Board, but my comments today are my own. Thank you for considering steps to address our houseless crisis. The proposed ordinance change to permit camping in open space is a well-intentioned step for safe housing for our houseless neighbors that is not completely thought out. And I'm urging you not to make this change without amendment to protect parks and natural areas. The city has a covenant with voters to reduce houselessness and to increase access to critical green infrastructure in parks, natural areas, and community centers. Open space is not necessarily vacant space and should not be treated that way, which this proposed ordinance change would effectively do. Declaring open space available for camping will unintentionally degrade vital park resources and likely result in more people living in squalor, as is currently happening in open spaces across the city. What is lacking is a well-developed strategy for how the region will turn the houselessness issue around with milestones for 5 years, 10 years, and longer. Housing locations for our unsheltered neighbors need to be distributed across the city in relation to demand where appropriately support facilities exist. We must solve this problem knowing that the long-term solution is many years and decades away if we have a well-developed strategy that is well implemented to provide shelter. Allowing people to camp in open spaces for 180 days with renewals is not a short-term or well-developed bridge strategy. Please do not approve the proposed ordinance change without clear protection for parks and natural areas. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Zari Santner.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I apologize for the delay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Zari Santner. I'm the former director of Portland Parks, an engaged member of the Parks Foundation, a grandmother of young Portlanders. And while I have lived and worked in the city for more than 40 years, I'm an immigrant to this country. I sincerely applaud the collaborative efforts that have led to the proposal before you today. While I support many of its recommendations, I cannot support the use of parks, trails, golf courses, and natural areas for temporary camping or group shelters without an emergency declaration by the City Council, given the availability of ample vacant and underutilized sites throughout our city. The intent of this proposal is compassionate, but allowing temporary group camping and shelters in public open spaces without a massive commitment of funding and staffing to keep them clean and safe is neither compassionate nor safe for houseless people. It will also remove the use of a specific site within a park from its intended recreational use by everyone else. Over the past 3 decades, Portland voters have consistently approved tax measures to address inequities in access to the city's park system. At the same time, increasingly, Portland residents, especially its immigrant and BIPOC communities, live in spaces with no yard or outdoor areas. If parks and open spaces become sanctioned as locations for temporary camping and group shelters, the impact will be mostly borne by areas of the city with most diverse demographic groups, with high concentration of BIPOC communities and those that are already park and natural area deficient. This is in direct conflict with the diversity, equity, and inclusion goals adopted by City Council and places at risk the city's most treasured assets belonging to all of its citizens. I urge you to remove the open space zones from consideration for either temporary or permanent houseless shelters. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Zari. I appreciate it. And as always, thanks for your service, and I appreciate your perspective. Since there's a lot of people testifying on this point, I think it's worth it for me just to inject for 45 seconds here what the intent of this is. So areas zoned open space includes natural areas, but it also includes park buildings, parking lots, and other developed landscapes. Open lots, parking, and publicly owned buildings are often appropriate for temporary shelters. And in fact, under the current declared COVID emergency, we're using 2 parks buildings just for that purpose. Wetlands, stream banks, and habitat areas are not appropriate for temporary houseless shelters, and we would not be intentionally using those for shelters on the part of the city. However, we also know that houseless people currently do use these areas for sheltering because, frankly, they have nowhere else to go. So part of what we're trying to do here is to create some more appropriate areas for people to be able to go. There could be limited circumstances where appropriate open space areas might work for shelter. If that were the case, we might actually be in a position where we're protecting more ecologically sensitive areas or areas with a higher public value from destruction. So I want to put that nuance out there, and I appreciate the testimony, and I think it's really important because my suspicion is as we get into the discussion next week and some of the conversations, this is going to be a key point. But I felt it was really important to put the intent of this ordinance out there clearly for everybody to hear. And I appreciate your forbearance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Zari. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Next up, we have Jim Gardner, Sean Sweat, and Linda Robinson. Jim, are you able to unmute? Why don't we go to Sean Sweat and we'll come back to Jim.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Sean Sweat. This is the first time I've ever testified at council, and I strongly support this housing continuum project. Other cities talk a lot about things like climate change and safe streets and addressing their housing crises, but Portland has a reputation for actually doing something about it. Portland has a reputation for actually leading on many of these issues, and that's why I'm proud to be a Portlander. So I know we all know that we need to make housing of all types and sizes easier to create, and this is one part of what that looks like. And along the same vein, we also know the houseless members of our community need help, and this is one part of helping them. So I hope you'll pass this common sense text amendment so we can continue being a city that leads through crisis while others are just talking. And I've also heard a couple of the amendments that the Neighbors Welcome Group are proposing, and they all sound like positive, thoughtful, reasonable ideas. So I hope the council will look at adding those maybe in next week's meeting that it sounds like will be happening. And lastly, I was also going to mention, like the mayor just mentioned, that there are plenty of open spaces that are not parks and natural areas. So those need to be on the table. So I just wanted to add that too. Thank you, and thanks for all the work you're doing for our Portlanders who need housing.
Let's try Jim Gardner again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jim Gardner. I believe that most provisions of the shelter to housing continuum represent good public policy, and I support its passage. But I speak to you today about only one aspect of the measure, the provision that would allow so-called temporary shelters in parks and along trails. One of this idea's many problems is that temporary is not really temporary. Portland Parks has a long history of things being put in them on a temporary basis that then remain so long that they become normalized and they end up permanent. For just one example of this, look to the so-called construction parking lot next to the Children's Museum in Washington Park. In the case of shelters being considered here, no reasonable person could possibly believe that they will be there only for a short period of time. Even the language describing the temporary activities allowed in the case of an emergency shelter states that these activities can continue for the length of the emergency.
Exactly.
As you've heard many times, Portland's housing emergency continues to this day for 6 years after it was declared, and it will surely be extended. Dealing with the crisis of homelessness is a long-term problem that needs policies that produce permanent solutions. Allowing shelters in parks and along trails just moves the problem out of sight and helps our city avoid measures that are more effective. Does this mean that we have no compassion for the homeless if we don't embrace allowing shelters in parks? Not at all. These are not mutually exclusive ideas. Any crisis generates many ideas to fix a problem, but thoughtful minds do not necessarily have to embrace every one of them, but instead should determine which make sense and which do not. Allowing shelters in parks is one idea that would cause far more harm than benefit. Thank you.
Next up, we have Linda Robinson.
Yes, my name's Linda Robinson. I'm a longtime advocate for parks and for East Portland. And I support many, in fact, most of the provisions of the measure you're looking at. My biggest concern, however, relates to the prospect of having, quote, temporary outdoor shelters in parks. I appreciate the mayor's comments that that is not the intent of these changes. However, there's nothing in the wording of this code changes that would prohibit it. And it's sure to happen if it's not there. There needs to be some change in that wording that makes it clear that parks, trails, natural areas, golf courses are not intended and are not appropriate for these outdoor shelters. And I would include in that the undeveloped or yet to be developed parks in East Portland. We have a number of them that are still waiting to be developed. They don't have a lot in them, but they are used. And in particular, they are used by a lot of our immigrant population who live in multi-housing dwelling and have no other place to recreate or to have a respite from the hardscape of the city. So that's important to change the wording of that. The other thing is I'd like you to avoid or to use as little as possible outdoor tent type shelter without providing things like, well, in addition to a toilet and trash, which are absolutely minimum, they really need some heat. They need a way to prepare food. They even need the possibility of how would they acquire food. They need a place to shower. They need a place to clean their clothes. These are important in order to have it a humane place. So please, if you have them outside, have as few as possible and arrange to have these services provided in some way. Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Tillett, Steve Bozzone, and Jim Owens.
My name is Paddy Tillett. I am a member of the Parks Board, though I'm speaking on my own behalf today. Many employers are worried about burnout amongst those who've worked from home in apartments and condos for a year with no private open space. For them, getting out into the park is essential to their well-being, to their sanity. For the past year especially, Portland's green infrastructure has proved to be one of its most treasured assets for thousands of us. Public parks can fill this vital citywide need for respite and from working at home because they're safe and companionable places. And for most Portlanders, there's a park just a short walk from home. To allow even temporary homeless encampments in public parks would be to drive away many of those needful citizens. Some camps are tidy and respectful, most are not, prompting people to give them a wide berth. BPS's buildable lands inventory has demonstrated that there's sufficient land for immediate accommodation of the homeless without compromising public parks. Many of those sites are close to services that the houseless need. Finding safe places for the houseless, both in the short and long terms, is vitally important, as signaled by voters willing to tax themselves to do so. Welfare of our citizens is important too, many of whom rely on parks to relax or exercise out of doors. That a majority voted in favor of the parks levy in November is a measure of the importance of parks to our quality of life. Camping in our parks would dramatically increase the need for maintenance, not just for cleanup, but replacement of plants, restoring compacted soils, repairing physical damage to trees and structures. As you know, unfunded deferred maintenance in our parks already exceeds $500,000. There are no funds to enable Portland Parks and Recreation to undertake any additional maintenance, so our parks would remain disfigured for years to come. Although motivated by the best of humane instincts, enabling temporary housing in our parks would effectively deny access to many regular park users and would impose significant unfunded costs, resulting in deterioration of parks that is likely to remain unaddressed for years. Another solution is at hand, as the BPS inventory has demonstrated. Please protect our green infrastructure and instead use undeveloped land close to the services that are so necessary to those trying to return to permanent homes as fully functional members of our community. Please do not sanction camps or shelters within the boundaries of public parks. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Steve Bozzone.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Steve Bozzone, and I live in Northeast Portland. In my spare time, I join with a network of volunteers who provide mutual aid to our neighbors living outside. We source basic survival materials and distribute them directly to our neighbors so they can survive the elements and hopefully experience a level of dignity day to day. We try to help meet their needs where they are. I speak for myself and my experience and enthusiastically support the Shelter to Housing Continuum. You have heard many great reasons to support this effort. I'll use my time to share a brief story about a houseless neighbor I recently met during the recent winter storm. We'll call him Roger. On a night of icy winds, I found Roger sleeping in a torn tent with no sleeping bag or warm clothes. near the Max tracks. He was confused and scared, visibly shaking. As my partner poured hot tea and readied supplies, Roger was on the verge of tears as he shared that most of his cold weather gear was taken during a recent sweep. Roger lost his sleeping bag, winter coat, gloves, hat, and most of his possessions. Roger lost his tools for survival in an instant, just before the cold winds and snow would set in for the long, brutal weekend. While we did what we could for Roger that night, I have not been able to stop thinking about him. Roger's experience is unfortunately all too common, as we've heard during heartbreaking testimonies today. We have to do better for Roger. We have to help stabilize his living conditions without relying on the current status quo of sweeps and exclusionary policies. I've sat here and listened to some testify that the sight of folks living outside is unacceptable and offensive to them. When I consider their complaints alongside my neighbors like Roger, who is forced to rebuild his life every few weeks as he has his possessions stolen or swept, who faces trauma after trauma, indignity after indignity, I'm quite offended that we would center those concerns over Roger. The shelter to housing continuum is a major step in the right direction. Let's give Roger a fighting chance. We need the flexibility this effort provides. Let's normalize welcoming our houseless neighbors and taking care of them. Yes, to shelter to housing continuum. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jim Owens. Jim, are you able to unmute? We can call the next three and then check back in with Jim. Next up, we have David Binnig, followed by Danielle Maillard and Robert Schultz.
Hello, thank you. I'm David Binnig, and I've read a lot of the testimony against this project, and a lot of it I know expresses frustration with the visibility of homelessness in Portland and urges the council to oppose the project on that basis. I know the commissioners understand this, but I want to emphasize how backwards that is. You can't eliminate people's need for shelter by outlawing the shelter that they need. And if we are frustrated that people are sleeping in the street, we need to be able to give them a better option. So I strongly support this project because it would do that, both in expanding the city's options for temporary outdoor shelters. I also think some of the best aspects of it are the ways it would remove barriers to longer-term housing, simplifying the rules around group living arrangements, and allowing tiny houses on wheels where people want to host them. This would both give the city more tools to provide safe shelter, and just as important, make sure that city rules aren't setting up unnecessary barriers to people finding housing. With that in mind, I hope the City Council will pass this proposal, expand it by allowing churches and other religious or community organizations to host shelters without conditional use review. If those organizations are trying to help, I don't want the city to be keeping them from doing so. And I know we've heard a lot about concerns around the use of city parks, but I hope that the city will maintain the possibility of siting shelters in parking lots, rights of way, and other less sensitive open space land. Thank you.
Next up, we have Danielle Maillard.
Good afternoon. My name is Danielle Maillard. I'm speaking today on behalf of Sunrise PDX along Anna and Paxton to advocate for the passing of the shelter to housing continuum, and particularly the passage of the amendments introduced by Portland Neighbors Welcome. I support each amendment, but I'm here to speak specifically about the amendment to not undermine existing vehicle dwellings. The shelter to housing continuum creates new, legal, stable options on residential private property. This legalization empowers those with the adequate resources to create housing opportunities for their neighbors who are on the verge of eviction or already houseless. This being said, a foundational reason for the legalization of these dwellings is that it is a solution to getting a roof over the heads of those who cannot afford it. Therefore, adding language that requires these dwellings to have $10,000 to $20,000 sewer connections is a barrier of entry and would make many adequate existing dwellings illegal. I urge you to adopt this amendment so the people benefiting from these vehicle dwellings will actually have the opportunity to make a living without the burden of an expensive sewage connection requirement. We have the resources to adopt alternative sanitation solutions, such as established dumping sites, mobile street teams, or pumping services, and we've seen cities such as Eugene answer to this call for action. It's mind-blowing to me that people care so much about where exactly their houseless neighbors decide to live, but couldn't seem to care less whether these same people actually live or die. I'm 23, and on this very day last year, literally like this same exact time, I was laid off from all 3 of my jobs because of COVID. I had to move out of my apartment in Northeast because I could no longer afford rent. Fortunately, I have family and friends who are more than happy to support me. We don't shame the people in our own lives for not having options and needing help. We do everything in our power to help them. This mentality can't stop with the people we know and love. I truly hope anybody testifying in opposition of this policy today is in the process of personally housing the people who live in the tents they're complaining about, or donating to the mutual aid funds that have existed as the only saving grace for people on the verge of eviction. The passage of this policy and noted amendments is critical. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Robert Schultz.
Hi there. I wish you had pictures. Hope everybody's doing great. Buckle up, I'm gonna talk fast. I'm Robert Schultz, a full-time single father of 3 in Southeast Portland. I object to the proposals as presented for several reasons, but I'll just stick with a few because I get 2 minutes. $1.8 billion spent on housing in 6 years for what has been regularly described as 6,500 people on the street. That's failing by any measure that I'm aware of, and yet we see no audit, we see no level of accountability, and we being the public. Secondly, a lack of community input, which is a vital issue and one I'll speak on a little bit now. As an example of the touted outreach noted by city staff and some of the problems within our system, I learned of this proposal at a Lents Neighborhood Association meeting that was attended by 12 people. Lents has 22,000 residents. So that's how invested their outreach was, 12 people. The Lents Neighborhood Association has a 3-year history of discrimination and bigotry. It has an even longer history of being used as a resume builder rather than advocating or for or engaging with the Lents community. Yet the city staff tout this as an engagement, that this is meaningful. What really happened in that meeting? Mr. Engstrom gave us notice that a decision had been made. He clearly noted that if anybody wanted to give feedback, his group was done listening. We never heard him ask to hear our voice. We had no opportunity for him to listen. So at the first mention of this plan, there was no opportunity for input. This is normal when the city of Portland comes to Lents. I would like to suggest that when an issue impacts the entire city and disproportionately impacts Southeast Portland, outreach engagement should be robust and a focus should be seen with regard to the most impacted areas. Why is engagement so hard to ask for? I can literally do better in 1 week than what has been seen in the last 5 years by well-paid city staff that are often entirely unimpacted by proposals they plan and place in front of you, and that takes them 10 or 20 minutes while we, the community, get 2. I have a little bit more. Can I get 5 more seconds? The proposed action is telling the city that pooping in a tent on the side of the road while rats drag away your food is an acceptable living condition. It tells our youth of Portland that you should only aspire to live in a tent or a shack enshrouded by trash. This says that after spending $1.8 billion in the last 6 years, the city is giving up on housing solutions. We need you folks to allow people like me and my neighbors, both housed and houseless, to present you with our creative solutions that could be then implemented. We don't have that avenue right now. So you guys are missing a bulk of creative problem solving because we have no agency, we have no voice. The entrusted city staffers don't listen to us, they come and tell us. So you miss out when we get to these listening sessions, you miss out on a bulk of good information from housed and houseless alike. And I apologize for going over. I know Miss Hardesty really hates that. I apologize specifically because I know that's an irritation. I appreciate your tolerance, everybody. Thanks for hearing me.
Next up, we have Jim Owens, Peter Fry, and Ginger Edwards. Jim, are you able to unmute? Right. Why don't we go to Peter Fry?
Hi.
Peter, there's some sort of a strange echo there. I don't know what's causing it. Do you have more than one microphone on?
Peter, do you want to try to unmute?
Okay, let me try again. Peter Finley Fry. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. This is a significant piece of work. I'm a land use planner. I've been involved in these issues now for almost 40 years. This is much more than shelters. Although that's what you're focusing on, it talks about the entire definition of a housing unit. In fact, I'm working on a very large project that benefits from your redefinition of group living, for example, and provisions of services that can be provided to housing without having to go through a land use approval. There was a reason why shelters were conditional uses. They were poorly managed, and I've seen some horrible ones, and they were concentrated in areas of poverty like the Mission, the Cabrini Green, East Portland. And so I asked the city council request annual reports every year to look at where are the shelters being developed and how they are being developed to ensure there's equity. Shelter is not housing. I have heard a lot of confusion about that today. A shelter is a place for a temporary respite, a place for safety, security, to connect, to be able to get your act together, figure out or find out how people can help you do that. It requires intervention on a personal level. I hear a lot of talk about housing being the cause of homelessness. That is not my opinion. My opinion is homelessness is caused because people do not get along very well. Families split apart, divorces, etc. We do not have very good mechanisms to deal with each other on a very personal level. And I am glad that the mayor and others are forcing the personal touch with the new street response services and things of that sort. I appreciate your direction. Thank you.
Let's try Jim Owens.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
My apologies for my technical incompetencies. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Jim Owens. I'm a retired member of the Portland Parks Board and the Portland Parks Foundation Board. I want to start by applauding the efforts of BPS and its partners in bringing the recommendations to you today. I'd intended to speak about some concerns with the definition of temporary with respect to open spaces and parks, but a number of others have and will speak to that. Instead, I'd like to read a letter from Kathy Fong Stevens, who's a former fellow board member and former chair of the Portland Parks Board. And I'm going to be brief with this. These are Kathy's comments. My brief comments today focus on a small but important portion of the shelter to housing continuum draft documents and proposed code changes. That is the inclusion of Portland's open space zones in the inventory of land for potential siting of temporary outdoor shelters. Others testify and have spoken to and will speak to the misleading term temporary in this context. Others have cited and will cite the negative impacts on our parks and open spaces. But I have another personal reason for urging you to disallow outdoor shelters in parks and open spaces, and why I do not believe that this would contribute meaningfully to a well-planned sheltered housing continuum. Just after the start of this year, two people that I know well ended their lives at an encampment near the river. One, a very young man, had spent the past few years battling addiction and mental health issues. The other, his father, had been in stable housing and services for the whole time I knew him, but unfortunately got entangled in the encampment living situation. I tell you about this tragedy to remind you that there is a spectrum of unsheltered people, and among that spectrum, there are those whose needs go well beyond basic hygiene stations and food distribution. Effectively meeting these needs will take more than just good intentions and the seemingly simple action of sanctioning encampments in our parks and open space. The word compassion comes up a lot when Portlanders talk about addressing the needs of those experiencing homelessness. I believe the compassionate Portlanders sincerely want shelter options to succeed. We want effective options that will support people to progress along the continuum. Simply allowing the sanctioning of encampments, however temporary, in our parks and open spaces does not well serve those in need of shelter or our community members who need safe access to parks, open space, and pathways. Thank you on Kathy's behalf and mine.
Next up, we have Ginger Edwards. Ginger, are you able to unmute? We can call the next three and then check back in with Ginger. Next up, we have Tiffany Johnson, Heather Flint Chotto, Paul Niedergang.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, uh-oh.
Tiffany?
Is it me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I'm not used to the virtual where I don't have a video to see myself. So thank you for your time. I don't see the timer yet, but I'm going to get started. My name is Tiffany Johnson, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Mount Scott Arletta Neighborhood Association. We'd like to provide our conditional support of this project. Specifically, we agree with the recommendations of the Portland Neighborhood Welcome and Shelter PDX, and we strongly encourage adoption of their recommendations. We want to specifically say that the city should stop classifying households based on familial relationship, that should not be considered, and that all neighborhoods shall accept the diversity of housing options such as shelters and villages, and that shouldn't be just concentrated in Southeast, that we all need to share some of the responsibility to taking care of all of the community members. We also want to state that the city should allow group living by right in existing residential structures of any kind in low density zones, increase the number of sleeping rooms allowed without triggering group home living categories, avoid counting occupied RVs against the number of ADUs allowed on a site, allow far more beds in indoor shelter and far more accommodations per outdoor shelters, relax the conditional use review requirements for shelters. A lot of people gave good testimony about that earlier, about why conditional uses may be prohibited for certain people to go through the process to provide additional housing. We'd like to say include RVs, tiny houses on wheels, and other types of shelters as allowed for outdoor shelter. And although, well, I'll just, I guess since my time is almost up, we'd like the city to possibly look at what the city of Eugene has done for overnight parking program, which allows general vehicle dwelling permitting program. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Next up, we have Heather Flint Chotto.
Hi there. Before you start my timer, I'm wondering if I might be able to share my slides.
Yes, let me make it quick. Heather, you should be able to share your screen.
Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Heather Flint Chotto. I'm an urban planner and environmental designer, and I am here representing the Art Farm Tiny House Artist Eco Village. It's a client design project of mine, and also here representing several amendments in which we've shared with some of the council. This is a replicable model that we've created, or at least an attempt to create a model for adapting an existing developed site that is underdeveloped with a single family house, but is zoned for multifamily. We have, excuse me, we have, trying to click between my slides and it's not working, sorry. We have many benefits of tiny houses on wheels that we'd like to support. So I'm going to click through those, both for its tiny house, climate benefits, and other affordability aspects. There is an existing tiny house on our property with a composting toilet, and there are other benefits associated with this that we think could allow more affordability if you were to waive these connection requirements for more off-grid living. Further, we would like to propose an innovative housing demonstrations pilot program, which would allow for a variety of different environmentally oriented, climate responsive, and affordable social housing types that are not available now, and in a way that could allow a small number of demonstration projects with low risk, and that's based on a precedent from the city of Redmond. So this is a different sort of model, but the framework is there. And this could address things like zero energy buildings or zero waste buildings, community land trusts and co-housing, as well as equitable food-oriented development. So I don't have enough time to talk to you about all of those, but we have lots of examples in our slide set that you can look at to see more kind of mini case studies. And, particularly food-oriented development, I think would be a wonderful model as an alternative to transit-oriented development, and would allow for more projects that have not even been considered yet, like for example, the LA Dome Village, which I was able to visit many years ago, but could allow Portland to be a leader in further innovation. Thank you. And I would pass this on to Paul Niedergang if you are ready for him. Happy to talk to commissioners on any of these if they're interested.
Hello, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. My name is Paul Niedergang. I've lived in Portland since 1975 and have a small real estate development company called Progressive Development Group. I strongly support the sheltered housing continuum. The city of Portland declared a housing emergency in 2015. In many ways, the crisis has only worsened since then. So it is crucial that we encourage greater innovation to address the crisis. To help unleash the power of the greater Portland community, I strongly recommend that the Sheltered Housing Continuum Project incorporate an innovative housing demonstration pathway as part of the code update. This would allow a limited number of pilot projects to demonstrate the viability of alternative options. We've been working on developing an affordable tiny home village on a 20,000 square foot RM1 site in Southeast Portland that we acquired in 2017. The concept is a nonprofit arts-focused tiny home eco-village called Art Farm. The site came with a house, workshop, and barn, and we have since added one tiny home. Despite our best efforts, we've been unable to figure out a permitting path for the concept. The idea behind Art Farm is to demonstrate the viability of one alternative development model with the hope that other people will replicate and refine the model. The project arose out of the realization that over the past decade, many artists have been displaced from their workspaces and have also found themselves priced out of the housing market. If we want to have art in our community, we need to have affordable spaces for artists to live and work. Our proposed design would allow for up to 10 tiny homes with a common kitchen and restroom facilities. The proposed shelter to housing code revisions bring this type of development closer to reality, but there are still issues that need to be resolved. We need to eliminate or modify the 25-foot setback requirement. It would be ideal to create a by right expedited pathway for tiny home village clusters that does not require conditional use. A type 3 review is lengthy and costly and creates greater uncertainty, which may deter these types of housing projects. Secondly, allow an off-grid option by eliminating the requirement for utility hookups. I encourage you to make additional changes to the Shelter to Housing Continuum Project to enable permitted projects of this nature to be built. And I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it by staff up to this point. Thank you all.
Next up is Ginger Edwards.
Hi, thank you for coming back to me. I'm sorry I didn't figure out the unmute earlier. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. My name is Ginger Edwards. I am the volunteer facilitator of the North Portland Advisory Group. I come to you today, as several others before me have, to ask for a very small change, I believe, in this amazing set of code changes. The change that I'm asking for is that parks, trails, natural areas, and golf courses be removed from the definition of open spaces allowed for temporary shelters. Why is that? Because parks belong to all of us in Portland, the housed and the unhoused. Parks provide that pressure release valve for all of us. It's a place to play, a place to take a walk, a place to rest, a place to meet friends, maybe a place to sit down against a tree and just appreciate the beauty of where you're at and relax for a few minutes. The concern that we have as the North Portland Parks Advisory Group is that we're hearing from neighbors that if 180-day temporary shelters are placed in parks, that parents are telling us they won't feel comfortable bringing their children to the playground. Seniors are telling us they won't feel safe taking a walk. Personally, I feel sad that that's their response, but that is the response that they are telling me. And so I have to accept that that is their real feeling. I am one of those people who takes food to homeless people weekly. And so obviously I'm not afraid of that, but others are. Anyway, we ask that you take out parks, trails, natural areas, and golf courses. But we applaud your efforts for this very complicated, very comprehensive plan to provide shelter for all of the people who live in Portland. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mac Cunningham, Michael Anderson, and Candace Avalos.
Hello, should I go first? This is Candace.
Mac, are you able to unmute?
Yes, now I am. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Hello all. My name is Matt Cunningham. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify before you all today. I would like to implore you all to please pass the shelter to housing continuum. I would also strongly encourage you to pass the amendments as have been proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. The previous council before this one has made great strides in Portland to legalizing more affordable housing types for middle-income households. I now encourage you all to please continue to do the same, but for lower income households in our community, as well as for our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness. Ending our housing crisis, which has been in state since 2015, longer than our current mayor has even been the mayor, will require building more housing and building more affordable housing types. While this project alone will not build more housing directly, it will increase the amount of housing types that can be built. And it also shows greater empathy for our neighbors who are currently experiencing homelessness. Thank you all for your time. Once again, I would strongly implore you to pass this package. Thank you again.
Next up, we have Michael Anderson.
Hey, thank you, Council. My name is Michael Anderson. I'm a senior researcher with Sightline Institute. We're a regional sustainability think tank. I'll be very brief. I'm speaking in support of the project with the recommended amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome and the Social Justice Coalition, as well as those of the PDX Shelter Forum. I want to raise two quick substantive points. First, I don't fully understand the city's feeling about front yards in this project. I don't see the argument against allowing a home on wheels in front of the main house. Second, golf courses are pleasant, but they are not parks and they're not natural. And honestly, they need not be public. They might be viable land to look at in this project or future ones while we protect other parks and natural areas. Finally, one caveat to the whole enterprise: legalizing ways for very poor people to live comfortably, more comfortably, doesn't eliminate poverty, and neither does banning the ways poor people can live more comfortably. The best approach is to make it legal for people to live more comfortably without harming others, and simultaneously working to eliminate poverty by boosting people's incomes through job access, direct payments, anything else we can do for them. Thank you.
Next up is Candace Avalos.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Candace Avalos. My pronouns are she, her. I'm a Black teen millennial renting in Northeast Portland, and I'm here to voice my strong support for the shelter to housing continuum. The overall goal of this project to make more low barrier, entry-level, temporary shelter available to more people experiencing houselessness is something we should all support if we're serious about coming out of this pandemic better than we were before it started. You have heard many compelling reasons for supporting this from advocacy organizations like Portland Neighbors Welcome and Street Roots, as well as heartbreaking stories directly from our houseless neighbors. So I won't take up too much more time other than to reemphasize three specific points. First and foremost, the only way you get people off the street is with safe places to live, period. That means we need more shelter options.
Second, the Planning and Sustainability Commission has proposed good shelter and housing options, and the City Council should not backtrack on any of them. And lastly, City Council should maximize the city's ability to use the options proposed by the Planning and Sustainability Commission by adopting the amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome, such as extending the housing emergency and allowing sanctioned outdoor shelters in appropriate approved sites in open space zones and in the right of way. Our houseless neighbors deserve better, and it is the City Council's responsibility to do everything in their power to give them a realistic path towards becoming housed instead of continuing to push the problem down the road. Approving the Shelter to Housing Continuum project is within your power, and we are demanding that you use it. Thank you.
Next up, we have Donna Cohen, Jay Katja, and Oak Alger.
Great. Hello. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Donna Cohen, and I live in St. John's. I'm so pleased and proud of my city to see the efforts that you're making to deal with the crises of affordable housing and houselessness. First, please extend the housing state of emergency. If we're not in an emergency now, I don't know what would qualify. Second, as we know, zoning restrictions make it harder to respond to the need for housing options. Please, accept the changes that the Planning and Sustainability Bureau has proposed. Specifically, I support expanding the locations for siting sanctioned outdoor shelters to many available open spaces throughout the city. I know there is contention about parks land. Although I believe we can mostly avoid using parks, I also think that some of our parks are quite large enough that a small slice can be tapped off for this important use. I happen to live in an affordable housing development that, before it was built, was protested by neighbors because they wanted to continue to walk their dogs among the prior existing undeveloped park here. No matter that a quarter of a mile away, there was another much larger park. No matter that 115 families would be able to purchase their first homes because of the conversion of their dog walk area. Sometimes we just have trouble seeing beyond our own needs, especially when it comes to responding to others in need of housing, it seems like. For some locations, we should not require traditional water sewer connections where we or residents can provide alternatives, such as with RVs or city-provided sanitary facilities. I think about the safe parking program in Los Angeles, where folks can park their cars or trailers safely overnight at a guarded location with sanitary amenities. A simple place to park one's car and not be hassled can do a lot for a decent night's sleep. Please continue to push the envelope. Thank you so much for what you're doing.
Next up, we have Jay Katja.
Hi, my name is Jay Chachka. I work in the homeless youth continuum for the past 7 years, and I'm also a resident of Southeast Portland. Thanks for this time to speak. Shelters are obviously needed, and I also agree with the tent camp idea, but I also see that they're not the solution. Many of my clients that I work with do not want to go to shelter, and there's only one youth shelter in town anyway. They don't feel safe. So that's an issue that I have to work around with a lot of them. There needs to be, in my opinion, I'm glad we brought up and heard about the group living proposal. I think that's very important. I think there needs to be more group housing like Bridge House and New Doors, places like Unity, and especially culturally specific houses that have say 7-8 people, run by places like NEA or SEI or Latino Network. And I think they need to be spread out throughout the city. I think the other thing that's been surprising to me is through this, I haven't heard anything about addiction and homelessness and addiction. While obviously not everybody who's homeless is addicted, they are two issues that feed each other. And I think if we really want to get the homeless issue solved, we also have to include addiction treatments as well as mental health treatments. We can't do that with, they can't be separated. We need to figure out strong ways to do both. And if people don't want treatment and are unwilling to get the help they need, we also have to be tough and not allow those people to run through our city. So, rights without responsibility doesn't work. Everybody has to take responsibility. So that's what I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Oak Alger.
Hi there, my name is Oak Alger.
I'm sorry for that. I apologize. One second. Keelan, after this testimony, could you give us some sense of how many folks are left? I just want to do a time check.
Yes, I will.
All right, sorry, Oak.
My name is Oak Alger. My pronouns are he, his. I'm here today to voice my support for the shelter to housing continuum. And as well, I want to support the actions and amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. The housing emergency needs to be extended. I think it's clear that the work isn't done. Maybe the work hasn't been done, depending on who you ask. I also want to say that we should allow sanctioned outdoor shelters in appropriate and approved sites, the open space zones, and in the right of way. There's a lot of talk about the parks, the golf courses. If you ask me, we already allow camping at a lot of places in this state that we consider to be natural gems. We have lots of campsites around the state, and people are able to camp there, and they're expected to keep them clean. And I understand that in people's minds, you think of recreational camping and camping to survive as different. But if you can camp recreationally in a park, why can't you camp to survive in a park, is what I would say to that. On top of that, I like what's in this. I like what's in this bill, or this amendment, or whatever you want to call it. The issue that I have is that what you're creating these sanctioned shelters and sanctioned places where people can go and live and get the resources that they should have, because housing is a human right, and so is access to addiction services and stuff like that. But the issue is that you have to understand that there's going to be a reluctance from people to trust the city after they've been swept and harassed and brutalized. 50% of Portland cops' use of force incidents have been against houseless people. So you have to understand there's a lack of trust in the institution. So how do you create that bond? How do you create that trust so people will come and stay in your campsites and trust that their tiny homes will be able to stay there and that this will actually work? Because what I'm hearing is I would have a hard time trusting that. I don't understand how you're going to say to people, we're going to support you, we're going to take care of you, when you're not doing it right now. All this stuff that's going to happen is future stuff. We need action right now, and we need to create trust that when this stuff passes and is finished, people are willing to go there and are willing to do the stuff, because you're asking a lot. You're asking a lot of people to go and trust you. So you have to build that trust starting now. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, I'm showing we have about 43 testifiers remaining.
Very good. Thank you.
Next up, we have Madeline Hotchkiss, Sarah Carolus, and Amanda Fritz.
Hello, my name is Madeline Hotchkiss. I'm speaking in full support of the proposed shelter to housing continuum project. I also urge the City Council to extend the housing state of emergency and consider the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome, namely allowing sanctioned outdoor shelters in appropriate approved sites in open space zones and in the right of way, and dropping the requirement for vehicles to have costly sewer connections. Recently, I discovered that the Joint Office of Homeless Services, on behalf of the City of Portland and Multnomah County, is seeking proposals for alternative shelters to assist those experiencing unsheltered homelessness. While I think this is a wonderful idea, it will not reach its full potential without first passing the Shelter to Housing Continuum project. We can have many innovative, fantastic ideas for shelters and alternative shelters in villages, etc., but without having places to locate them, it will all be for naught. Let's not have a zoning code get in the way of our creativity of our community. Let's pass the Shelter to Housing Continuum project and let our city code be part of the solution rather than the problem. So please pass the Shelter to Housing Continuum project and extend the housing state of emergency. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sarah Carolus.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Carolus. I strongly support adopting the zoning code changes in the Shelter to Housing Continuum. I'm co-chair of the advocacy team of the Interfaith Alliance on Poverty, an organization of faith congregations. We feel that passing these code changes will offer a chance for stability, a place of transition off the streets, and a better quality of life for our unhoused. We applaud the proposed increase and diversity of shelter options. Congregate shelter does not work for everyone. Affordable housing buildings take years to build. Having a wide range of alternative options fitting multiple situations is a great step forward for Portland. In addition to supporting the Title 33 zoning changes, I also support removing restrictions on tiny houses on wheels and RVs included in Title 29, especially the requirement for water and sewage connection, which is extremely prohibitive. In the past days, I've been reading the public testimony about this proposal and acknowledge significant public opinion against it. I feel that these opinions are ill-informed and misguided, and I find abhorrent a common thread of demonization of the unhoused. I support, however, an amendment that would permit right-of-way land for outdoor shelter use to help increase potential sites. I believe exclusions of specific sites of sensitive natural areas and hiking areas, recreational public areas would be specific, but would allow unspecific, unused open space land for outdoor shelters and would just address public concerns. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration. Please keep in front of you the goal of reducing houselessness in humane and productive ways. Thank you.
Next up, we have Amanda Fritz.
Wait a minute, here we go, sorry. Good afternoon, Councillor Amanda Fritz. I support almost everything in this packet. I particularly appreciate, the making things standard that have previously been conditional uses or not allowed. I also appreciate the testimony of Portland Neighbours Welcome. I don't think that RVs on private property should have sewer hookups or even campground standards. Residents who allow people to live in an RV on their property will make sure that the wastewater is either pumped or driven for disposal at free roadside hookups that are available in Portland. And also, I think you should allow people to live in RVs in the front setback if that's where that RV happens to be. I am very concerned about the use of parks, particularly since the mayor and I worked really hard to pass the levy in November. The levy summary said that the purpose of the levy will prevent ongoing reductions to park services and recreational programs, preserve and restore park and natural area health, and center equity and affordable access for all. And it talked about protecting water quality, wildlife habitat, and natural areas. And Mayor Wheeler's statement said, in the midst of a pandemic and economic challenges, we've seen the use of our parks increase, a reminder of the critical role parks and open spaces play in our lives and communities. As mayor, I'm committed to make sure that these gems in our city remain a resource for all of us. And there's a very simple solution to the challenges, and I realize I'm running out of time. I sent in some more testimony and I already sent in some. You can prohibit even temporary outdoor shelters on properties owned by Portland Parks and Recreation, the Water Bureau, and Environmental Services. And this obviously wouldn't it's so distracting to see the countdown clock. Sorry. This wouldn't apply to temporary shelters in community centres. I do encourage you to ask Parks Director Adina Long to testify at the next meeting. She's been a really great partner in setting up the community centre shelters. And I also have some concerns about what Kimberly Talent talked about with the visibility standards. It looks like they actually restrict the ability to build ADUs and to do internal conversions, which I don't believe is the intent of this policy. Thank you for letting me go over it a little bit.
Thank you, Commissioner Fritz, and it's great to hear from you again.
Next up, we have James Sulin, Gwen Luta, and Joe Petrina.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Jim Shalin. Mayor Wheeler and City Council, thank you for considering our testimony on the issue of accommodating our city's houseless citizens in Portland's parks. I worked for Portland Parks and Recreation for nearly 30 years. For a large part of my career, I was a manager of Portland Parks Natural Areas and Trails. Early on, I was a field supervisor for parks in inner Southeast and Northeast Portland. As all know, in terms of land uses, public rights of way and Portland parks are feeling the brunt of the impacts from our homeless crisis. I am pleased to see that the permanent shelters in Portland parks are not being recommended currently. However, temporary shelters allowed to be in place for up to 360 consecutive days are on the table for parks. If allowed in the open space zone, Portland parks will surely become a focal point of our houseless crisis. I am concerned for the displacement of other park uses, for the impacts to facilities and landscapes never designed to withstand the stress of temporary housing, for the additional burdens on park staff, and for the ability of our parks to recover afterwards. I personally have had to deal with the impacts in the aftermath of camps in Portland parks and along public trails. The impacts are devastating financially, and for years afterwards, devastating to our public landscapes. The proposal would put the Director of Parks and the Parks Commissioner in the very difficult position of deciding which park should accommodate sanctioned shelters. And what a tumble for Portland Parks, only 12 years ago recognized as the nation's finest urban park system. Conversion of parkland away from park use is a betrayal of public trust. As heartbreaking as the houseless crisis is, I know that I am joined by thousands of Portlanders with the same concerns and feelings. I support the rest of all the other recommendations, including in shelter to housing. Thank you.
Next up, we have Gwen Luta.
Good afternoon, members of the Portland City Council. I'm really impressed with your patience, and thank you for giving me 2 minutes. I have scrapped pages of what I would like to say, but this is the essence of it. I am in favor of relaxing zoning to accommodate more short-term sheltering options to get people out of tents and cars and off the streets while we are building real affordable housing. Houselessness is costing us a lot of money. Let's find solutions and keep Portland beautiful. I really would like to support what Kaya said. She's the executive director of Roots. I don't even know her, but I've read a lot of what she says. I think she's right on. She's there. She's in the middle of it. I'm not. I live in the South Waterfront area. But I'm so impressed with the knowledge of all the people that have spoken today. I'm just really impressed with Portland, how we participate. Thank you.
Next up, we have Joe Petrina.
Yeah, good afternoon on this beautiful sunny day. My name is Joe Petrina, and I'm a rare native Portlander. I want to thank all of the council and the staffers for all of your hard work. You have a job that is certainly difficult and complex, and with the pandemic has even made it more troubling. This measure is probably greatly misunderstood, probably because it's complicated. Clearly, the Portland homeless population needs our help. They need social programs. They need suitable housing. And I don't believe they need tents. They need potential jobs. They need drug counseling. They need permanent shelters for those who can't work. My dog decided to join us here. Sorry about that. We have just voted for the Metro tax funding of $250 million to help cover the homeless services. And let's hope these funds are used effectively, targeted for homeless housing, counseling, and cleanup. I want to strongly urge the council to amend the shelter housing measure to exclude open spaces. Many of the testimonies today have already made cases for excluding parks, golf courses, and other open spaces, for we have enough suitable housing stock without including open spaces. Otherwise, I'm in full agreement with S2HC. Just wanted to let the council know of a couple of my frustrations. I've lived here all my life. I'm just kind of disappointed the way things have gone, but I understand the complexities. I've considered moving out, but I really don't want to move out. This is my home. I've lived here all my life. I just want to make a couple of points. A friend of mine lives up by Forest Park, and she's been accosted a couple of times by homeless people, one naked that threatened to kill her and her dog, which it was probably just an idle threat, but it was still scary. And she said there's been fires and so on and so forth. So I'm going to try and sum this up. I just want to say, let's do the right thing for the citizens of Portland. Amend this shelter measure, removing parks and golf courses. Thank you.
The next three we have are Paul Souders, Mimi German, and Fiona Burgess.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, yes, good afternoon. My name is Paul Souders. I live in Southeast Portland. I've already provided written testimony in favor of the project with the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. I'd like to support that testimony with a personal story. Last week, a friend's father died of pneumonia. He was living in an RV sited illegally on a private lot owned by his employer without access to water or sanitation and only occasional access to electricity. So he actually paid rent for this privilege. It was an illegal lot and an illegally sited RV, but he was paying money to live this way. His life situation, his legal situation was such that he didn't have a lot of housing options or employment options for that matter, and he was therefore easy prey to an unscrupulous landlord. When we cleaned out his RV, it was a disaster because he couldn't wash clothes or dishes or flush away waste. He was like literally living in filth, like literal filth. It was not surprising that he had died really swiftly of fungal pneumonia, preventable disease. If he had lived in a tiny house, or if his RV had been sited in a place like a church parking lot or on a private lot with a flexible sanitation solution, like not necessarily a sewer hookup, but just some way to dispose of waste, he would probably be alive. So I appreciate the council's efforts to provide many varied solutions for sheltering and housing our neighbors, and I think we should take it farther with even more flexibility for future city councils. And on a completely separate note, I'd like to add that I wonder a little bit about our obsession with golf courses in particular, why those of all natural areas need to be protected, especially in an emergency. As Michael Anderson said earlier, they're not particularly natural places. So anyway, thank you for listening. I appreciate you. Thanks.
Next up, we have Mimi German.
Hi, this is Mimi German. I'm an advocate in St. John's for our houseless community, and I've been doing that work as a volunteer and somebody who I consider myself a sister to the folks on our street, and that they are my extended family. The question that I have regarding all of this is, why is the city not trusting those of us who have the trust from the people on the street? I don't work for any nonprofit. I don't want to work for a nonprofit. I don't see any reason to work for a nonprofit when I can do exactly as I've done for 5 years for the people, knowing that they do get what they need, not just from me, I don't mean it like that, but with my help. We didn't have toilets out here until I had to harass the city, especially during COVID, to the point of shutting down city council to get toilets out here, especially during COVID. The city never even responded to our plead for sanitizing stations during COVID. It was Sarah Ionaron who came out to help me with sanitizing stations for our people in St. John's. So the question that I have is, when we know, those of us who advocate on the street directly with the people almost every day, that we are the ones who people call when they need to go to the hospital. They call when maybe somebody's really sick. They call when there's going to be a sweep. They call when, whatever it is happens, when the cops are there, unmasked. I'm the one who gets called, at least in my neighborhood. So why, when I work with my extended family to create positive shelter for them, like Jason Barnes Landing, with toilets paid for a year, with trash pickup, why do we get swept? Why do we get beaten down by the city when what we're doing is everything you are trying to do for no money, for no obligation from the city to even help, including wraparound services? We've had, I alone with my friends out there, in cooperation with Northwest Pilot Project, have had 6 people housed in the last year and a half. So my question is that, it's a statement. I would like in this, whatever it is that you're doing, this bill, whatever it's called, ordinance, whatever, I would like there to be some form of way to communicate with those of us who actually have some immediate answers and are putting things on the ground to do exactly as you are asking in that ordinance. Thanks for your time.
Next up, we have Fiona Burgess.
Yes, hi there. Thank you. For the record, my name is Fiona Burgess. I live in Southwest Portland, about 5 miles away from downtown. I'd love to see more options for houseless folks in my neighborhood. I know my neck of the woods isn't exactly the first place you'd think of when you think of homelessness. And I know that there is certainly a greater concentration of unhoused people on the east side. I'm supportive of bringing these people aid where they're at. So I understand why providers are likely to focus on the east side. I support it. The fact of the matter is that people are losing everything everywhere, and the lack of shelter resources combined with virtually no public restrooms and regular harassment from wealthy home and business owners has made it all the more difficult for those unfortunate enough to be stuck down here. I keep running across people sleeping in abandoned parking lots without even a blanket to protect them, and I'm sick and tired of it. This is part of why I'm hoping that this proposal will implement the recommendations of Portland Neighbors Welcome, in particular this allowance of sanctioned shelters and open space zones and in the right of way. And I'm not talking about parks at all. Many camps and sanctioned shelters already exist in open spaces with no trouble, such as the area underneath of Morrison's Bridge, the grassy ditches along southwest of Williger, and as a few people have mentioned up to this point, Right to Dream too. These are neither sensitive natural areas nor parks, and you'll find more and more areas like this further west. The further west you go, you'll find more and more of these areas. Open spaces, abandoned lots, and other areas that are too disturbed to be considered parks, but far enough away from major pollution sites to provide a safe place to reside. It'd be a tremendous mistake to include these areas as siting options. We're sitting on thousands of opportunities to put rooftops over the heads of marginalized Portlanders, and turning some of these areas into sanctioned shelters rather than letting them become tent villages that people with no resources struggle to maintain can help houseless people build amicable relationships with the house community around them. Thank you. Put a sanitation station in Hillsdale Shopping Center. Stop the sweeps.
Next up, we have Kayleen Kusterer, Benjamin Donlin, and Catherine Thompson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, my name's Kayleen Custer, 30-year resident of Portland. And just as we have been, I've heard many comments about not demonizing the homeless. I don't think we should demonize people who own property and pay taxes in this city. So let's just be clear about that. The second thing I want to talk about is echoing a former, somebody before me who testified about the lack of communication and outreach to the people of Portland about this project. There was no mailing out to the mass residents of the city about this. Eli talks about having 200 people on testifying in December. We live in a city of 664,000 people. And we claim 200 people as a victory, hearing from 200 people. So I believe the city has done a very poor job of communicating this change to city code out to the residents of the city of Portland. Secondly, I want to say that I checked this morning, there are 18,585 people who have provided written testimony. I personally read 350 entries of the written testimony. I encourage city council members and the mayor to do the same thing. The last thing I want to say, the last two things I want to say is we voted a $2.5 billion Tri-County Metro bond to support homelessness. The people of City of Portland do want to support homelessness and come up with solutions for this. But we also voted in the last 2 years on 2 park levies, which call for us to invest in our parks and make parks accessible for everyone. Measure 26213 passed with a 64% yes. Measure 26203 Metro passed with a 67% yes. So to say these things are mutually exclusive is wrong. The people of Portland have voted for all of this. We expect our city council to be good stewards of the money that the people have approved to support our parks, our recreations, our nature, our open spaces, and our clean water. The trust and confidence of the people in Portland have placed in the city and government to support and protect our parks should not be betrayed, because in the future, it may not be granted. There's a lack of trust to go around on both sides of this argument. Thank you.
Next up, we have Benjamin Donlin.
Hello, Council. How's it going? I would like to thank all the different bureaus that came together in order to push this forward. I always think the relaxation of zoning requirements to build, alternative shelter models is really good. I am a member of Stop the Sweeps and a member of the Western Regional Advocacy Project, and we have decided to support the amendments put forth by Portland Welcome Neighbors. However, I personally am not speaking for them, and I am personally neutral on the shelter to housing continuum. My reasoning why is because, well, honestly, I'm going to step back a little bit. I used to live in Denver, and I was part of the Denver Homeless Out Loud organization, and we advocated to the city multiple years to legalize ADUs and tiny houses. And they wouldn't do it. So we seized city land and we started building tiny houses on it. About 100 police showed up with SWAT cars and helicopters and arrested us. I was one of the arrested. After that, the city council approached us and we formally begun the process of legalizing ADUs there now. Now there's a tiny house village. That being said, when I moved out here, a lot of that work was founded on the foundations of Dignity Village and Right to Dream 2. I became a member and resident of Right to Dream 2 and realized very quickly that Prosper Portland hates that place and hates any kind of model centered around that, or at least they did at the time. Through the work out here and advocating for it, I very quickly came affronted with the fact that nonprofits are almost mandatory for any kind of village to succeed. And I became very worried about those sorts of dynamics. I think that there's very little discussion, although Mimi Germain brought it up, and the nonprofit industrial complex and how it needs the homeless in order to survive. I think that it is wrong for mandatory wraparound services and for nonprofits to be mandatory for all of the outdoor shelters, mass shelters, short-term shelters that are included in these provisions. I hope these things can be relaxed in the future so that community organizations, unincorporated, non-reporting nonprofits, and also just homeless people themselves are able to invest into these programs and do them themselves. I'd like to thank you for your time. And I just want to say one last thing, which is that, the services need the homeless, but the homeless don't need services. Thank you.
Next up, we have Catherine Thompson.
Hello, my name is Catherine Thompson, and I'm here to offer my perspective as someone who volunteers at Outside In as a physician, where I have intimate relations with people who are marginalized and move back and forth between housed and non-housed. And my 30-year-old godson has a drug and alcohol addiction, and I've seen what has worked for him and what helps him when he relapses. From a medical standpoint, we are dealing with chronic conditions that relapse and are not curable. The people that I meet in our park either be from this group or they're part of the private economy, opportunists who have come to Portland because it is easy to live off the land without consequence. I really want to thank you very much for the efforts you're making here and that you're giving us a chance to speak. And my concern today is about our parks, not the planned camping that you have put in your proposal, but the camping been happening since 2015 when this emergency was first declared. There's basically a subdivision of unsanctioned housing in Forest Park, in Oaks Bottom, in many areas. And I'm very concerned we don't have any control of what's already gone. And I want to talk about what happened when we had the big firestorm. And I want to thank you, Mayor Wheeler, for closing our parks on an emergency basis because of the risk of fires there. And I was very happy when I read in Street Roots that people went out to talk to the people living in the park, 60 people in the park that they knew about, that have continued to live there and had been living there, making fires, smoking, doing all sorts that are not sanctioned in our parks. So when they went out there, they did a very coaching these people, in an unthreatening way. But disturbed me was they actually left 37 people in there because they didn't want to upset them. And then you left our parks being threatened by fire. You left these people, marginalized people, being threatened, living in a place where the air quality was going to harm their lungs. So I think we need to look at what's really right now as we think about what we're going to do there in the future. Thank you.
Next up, we have Forrest Perkins, Daniel Newberry, and Barbara Weber. Daniel, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Newberry. I'm the Executive Director of Johnson Creek Watershed Council, a nonprofit that restores Johnson Creek with the help of our community. I want to thank you all for the good work by many at the City of Portland on the shelter to housing continuum. Johnson Creek Watershed Council supports this plan that will make it easier and legal to allow additional housing options. Housing is a human right, and we want all Portlanders to have access to safe housing. One area where the housing crisis affects Johnson Creek Watershed Council is camping in the streamside areas on Johnson Creek. We recognize that our unhoused neighbors camp in these areas because that's where they feel safe. That's quite a statement about the current housing alternatives, which is why shelter to housing continuum is so important. Camping in these areas, however, has caused significant environmental damage. This includes soil compaction, vegetation trampling, untreated human waste in Johnson Creek, disruption to wildlife, increased garbage in the creek and riparian areas, and trees cut for firewood or privacy shields. Our organization and other nonprofits and public agencies have invested millions of dollars in restoring Johnson Creek. Thousands of volunteer hours have also gone into improving these streamside areas. I mention this not to level blame in any way, but to point out that camping is just not compatible with urban streams and the wildlife that depends on them as critical habitat. It's a real problem that for some of our Portlanders, this is what they feel is their best, safest housing option, and that's what we need to work to change. We urge you not to permit temporary shelters or other housing in ecologically sensitive areas, including within the 100-year floodplain designated natural areas. Floodplains flood, so it's not safe for temporary housing. We also urge you to provide basic services such as trash pickup, water and sanitation services in areas where temporary housing will be permitted. We can protect our most vulnerable population and our environment. Thank you.
Next up, we have Forrest Perkins.
Good afternoon. My name is Forrest Perkins. I'm here to testify in support of the Shelter to Housing Continuum. I'm also a member of the Portland Democratic Socialists of America and proud to stand in support with Portland Neighbors Welcome, as well as the amendments that they put forward. I think it's all a great start. Our capitalist society is throwing people on the street and then telling them not to be seen or heard. There is so much work to be done to reverse this. This is a great beginning. If you really want real affordable housing, cut the developers and the nonprofits out of the picture. Go straight to the people in need. Ask them what they need for housing and build that. Just the city and them, We don't need these developers. We don't need these nonprofits. Thank you.
Next up, we have Barbara Weber.
Now you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Barbara Weber, and I live in Hazelnut Grove Tiny Home Village, and I am coming today in support of the Sheltered Housing Continuum. I know that there's a lot of challenges that we face as a community as a whole, as the city of Portland, that's ahead of us. And in 2017, the first time I testified in front of the mayor, I said the better way that we take care of our most vulnerable population, the better the city will be as a whole. It will, the happier and the collectiveness will be there. What I dream of is not just shelters, because temporary shelters, they don't work, and we've seen that. What we need to have is like a stopgap here, and have tiny home villages where people can have community and some normalcy and not be on top of each other, and also some anonymity. I would really like to see a lot of the new villages and shelters to be peer ran, because peer ran is a very vital thing. We are all adults, most of us that are living out on the street, and we would like to be treated as adults with dignity and respect. And also to recognize the visionaries that have the tiny home villages that are there, Dignity Village, Hazelnut Grove, Right to Dream 2, and even now the C3PO models. This is a very progressive foot forward for Portland, and I'm excited to see what we can do. I also want to say that the good thing about bringing communities together is we can also, Portland is a very artistic city, and there's a lot of artists and in the houseless community, and to be able to see collaborations like with Gather Make Shelter, I think that we have a really potentially a very beautiful thing. Thank you.
Next up, we have John Mayer, Brian Posewitz, and Matthew Perkins. Looks like John Mayer might have dropped off or got disconnected. Brian, do you want to go?
Mayor Wheeler, members of the commission, thank you for the chance to comment. I see my mic is not feedback or something. How's that?
It's better. Go ahead. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, Mayor Wheeler, members of the commission, thank you for the chance to comment today, and thank you for your patience and resiliency. I will try to be brief. My name is Brian Posewitz. I've lived in Portland for about 35 years, including the last 25 in the Sellwood neighborhood. People without housing need shelter, and I really appreciate the efforts this proposal makes in that regard. I feel like it also needs to be said and acknowledged, and I think it has to some extent, that camping in our public space, particularly our parks and our natural areas, has had a significant impact on quality of life for many of us. It seems like there are a lot of good concepts in the proposed ordinance to help create appropriate temporary and permanent housing, which I hope will reduce the need for camping in our public spaces. I was initially heartened to see that shelters would not be allowed in open spaces zones, which include parks and natural areas. And I understand now they include other things too. However, that promise seems to me to be undercut later in the proposed code by provisions for temporary use of open space in emergencies, and even without an emergency for up to 180 days a year, which is essentially half the year, or 360 days, I heard, if you're straddling the new year. To me, those provisions will continue to sacrifice our valuable open spaces to uses for which they were not intended. And finally, I just want to add, this was not in my prepared remarks, but I appreciate hearing all the testimony today, and I very much get the point that open space includes a lot of different things. And I think the suggestion was made that maybe it should be treated differently. Different types of open space should be treated differently. I think that's a really good point and really something to look at. And hopefully we can protect the valuable natural areas and parks and still allow shelter in appropriate places. Thank you very much for considering my comments.
Next up, we have John Mayer.
Hi, thank you for your patience. Wow, you've been going at it for nearly 3 hours now, so I'll be very brief. I am John Mayer. I'm the founder and director of Beacon PDX. We're a support organization for people experiencing houselessness around my neighborhood in Sunnyside, Portland. We provide lunches, showers, gears, and friendships to about 70 people every day of the week. Our relationships are deep and real, and the needs we serve are very basic and very immediate. Will you have a meal today? Do you need shoes? When was the last time you showered? We've been in an emergency for a long time. If this were an earthquake or a wildfire, parking lots would immediately become places to gather people, provide hygiene, take care of one another. Buildings with large capacities would become shelters. Hotel rooms would be open to families left out in the cold, and neighbors would open their houses to people who had lost theirs. We know how to help each other when the worst things happen. We step up, we step forward, we open our doors, we do what we can. Every restriction put in the way of stability is a vote for its opposite. Please vote yes, including the associated amendments with Portland Neighbors Welcome. Thank you.
Next up, we have Matthew Perkins.
Hello, thank you. My name is Matt Perkins. I'm with Street Roots in the Ambassador Program, and I'm also affiliated with Shelter Now. I have several years of recent lived experience on the streets and am currently in a congregate or motel shelter, I suppose. I'm a refugee from the congregate model. We really need more alternative shelters as well as more shelters with a self-determinative model that are run by our peers. We do not need more shelters run by, for lack of a better term, poverty pimps that are here that they only exist to keep us in the system and not to get us out. We need to do something different. Thank you for your time.
I'm not sure if it's just me, but did Matthew?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, you dropped off. What was your question? Go ahead, Keelan.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Ian McKenzie, Dominic Mara, and Tamara DeRitter. Ian, are you able to unmute?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks. My name is Ian McKenzie. I'm a resident of Southeast Portland. I'm speaking to you today for the same reason that I believe everyone is. Portland is in a housing crisis. That disproportionately affects the very poorest in society, and this is very visible on our streets. I don't think anyone testifying today is happy about our status quo. I believe that the Shelter to Housing Continuum project is a necessary part of how we should respond, which is why I'm here in support. We didn't get into this crisis overnight, and we won't get out of it overnight either. Other actions this council and our regional government have taken to date are going to help. These include the creation of our inclusionary housing policy, the re-legalization of fourplexes and affordable sixplexes, our affordable housing bonds, and our funding for permanent supportive housing. What this project does is create zoning allowances explicitly designed to help the very poorest in our society. When we hear from people experiencing homelessness, the number one thing they say they need is a safe place to sleep at night where they won't be harassed. What this project does is create more options that meet that most basic of human needs. These include shelters, but also group living arrangements, tiny houses on wheels, RVs on private properties, and sanctioned and organized, and I want to stress that part, villages like the Kenton Women's Village. I encourage you to vote yes on the package with amendments as suggested by Portland Neighbours Welcome. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Dominic Mara. Dominic, can you hear us?
This is Tamara. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead, Tamara. We'll check in with Dominic.
Okay, this is Tamara DeRitter. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, even though I am the chair of the Rose City Park Neighborhood Association. I wanted to support Heather Flint Cato's proposal for amendments for innovative demonstration projects, the setbacks for outdoor shelters being reduced to 5 feet, and alternatives to water, electrical, and sanitation in tiny homes on wheels. Also, outdoor shelters should not be a conditional use requirement. They should be an allowed use with siting requirements, design requirements, and have a clarification on shelter timelines that is a bit longer than 180 days. People just get settled, and that is not long enough. I also wanted to share with you my thoughts that homeless is an increasing global problem. Here in Oregon, homelessness residents include our climate change refugees that have been impacted by our fires. And now they blend with those that have become jobless due to the pandemic. I really think that we ought to look at this as a long-term process, not a short-term process, because we will have refugees, continued refugees. And so when we cite these temporary housing, it won't necessarily be temporary. And we have to think about that as we build our legacy. Right now, prohibited sightings includes industrial zones. I think that is wrong. I think light industrial zones should be opened up for temporary housing options because typically they generate very low hazardous emissions. And so sites that are accessible to water, sewer, and public roadways should be included, not just publicly owned. Also, group housing was reduced from conditional use to permitted in residential areas. And I think since the definition for group housing is 9 or more bedrooms in a maximum of 3,500 square feet, there should be a type 2 design review process that would allow at least the surrounding neighbors to participate in the approval. Finally, short-term housing regulations need to be revisited to make sure that the needed affordable temporary housing or group living does not become abused for short-term housing gain. This has been abused way too much already since short-term housing came into play and has consumed a lot of our available affordable housing. So please revisit that as well. Thank you very much.
Next up is Dominic Mara.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, good. Thank you. I appreciate the grace. All right, thanks to the mayor and the Portland City Council for the time and opportunity to speak as a concerned resident. I appreciate it. My name is Don. I go by my pronouns are he, him, his. Before I start, this is my first time attending and testifying as a council, so I appreciate the experience. I want to thank Commissioner Hardesty for the humanity she led with earlier when speaking to Judy, the houseless citizen. It was a moving moment, and as a leader, I sincerely appreciate that. I also want to commend the commissioners, Ruby O'Brien and Maps, who largely remained visible on camera throughout the testimony. That means a lot to the citizens who are here, so I appreciate that. I'm going to use my short time to discuss 3 key personal emotions, and they are respect, empathy, and legacy, and why I support this ordinance with some key amendments to mitigate risk to the usability of our open spaces, trails, and parks that are so valued. From a respect perspective, I respect that this is a critical hearing, and I'm grateful to be here. I respect the authority of this council to make this critical decision on behalf of Portland. I respect also that the experience of the mayor and the city council often treated unfairly by constituents, including proponents and opponents of this, through threats and harassment and violence, et cetera. And I just want to let you know that I don't condone any of that in any shape or form. But lastly, I respect the proponents of this ordinance change and its impact on open spaces and trails. However, and I really importantly respect our houseless community, and I've got a deep empathy for them. When it comes to empathy, those in our houseless community, people said it today, they're humans, and thinking of treating them anything less and counter to that is counter to the nature of my soul, but also the soul of our city. I regularly engage with them in my neighborhood. They're in need of support. We all acknowledge that. And I'm committed to being part of the solution going forward. With regards to legacy, so I want to spend my time. With regards to the inclusion of open spaces, trails, and parks, and the relevant parking resources in this ordinance for temporary structures, I think the legacy of this council could not be a greater risk. Portland's parks, trails, and open spaces are the jewels of this city. They're the places that people of all diversity definitions come to gather and thrive. They're the places where the children, the sons, I wrote this, I was excited about it. The places where the children, the sunside dawdlers, the puddle jumpers, the bikers, the runners, the grass layers, the bird watchers, and the dog walkers, all and so many others spend their mornings, afternoons, and evenings, and they call home. They are the lure that companies and employers use to attract and retain employees, and they're so critical to who we are. To include these would irreparably impact the current and future livability and employability of our valuable city. And so I think your legacy as commissioners, my legacy as a father, and the legacy of those that have yet to come are at risk if we choose to include these beautiful spaces in which change our centuries-old identity. And so I think there's important questions that remain, which are around what action will be taken to address existing unsanctioned camps. Who will be enforcing these ordinances as they go through? And so I genuinely appreciate the time and listening to my fellow citizens contribute. So thank you.
Next up, we have Noah Manger, Patrick McGuire, and Atul Acharya.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Noah Monger, and I'm a homeowner in the Portsmouth neighborhood in North Portland. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the shelter to housing continuum and to adopt the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome to provide greater flexibility for housing and shelter options. It's an absolute tragedy that in a city that prides itself on its compassion, we sit by as so many of our fellow Portlanders lack safe and stable shelter. My heart breaks for every person who spends the night on the street against their will. We have a responsibility as a community to do whatever we can to mitigate this housing and homelessness crisis. Fortunately, I'm reminded every day that we have creative tools at our disposal when I drive by the Kenton Women's Village on my way to or from home. This village is a thriving proof of the continuum that can and should exist between shelter and permanent housing. And every time I pass it, I think about how remarkable it is that we have these sorts of options available for people in need. And we need far more of it. We need more of these outdoor shelters to provide stable, clean, and safe shelter for our fellow Portlanders in need, as well as additional options that the proposal and amendments will provide. So please vote yes on the shelter to housing continuum and the proposed amendments from Portland Neighbors Welcome. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Next up, we have Patrick McGuire.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? My name is Patrick McGuire, and I can't believe that you're restricting an Irishman to just 2 minutes on St. Patrick's Day. So I'm just going to talk really fast. I moved to Portland in 1977 from Arizona. The reasons among many are the progressive views of our city and state, plus the incredible beauty and charm of our city drew me here. But as you know all too well, this past year, our beautiful city, especially downtown, has come under tremendous stress, which continued into this past weekend. However, I'm here to remind you of why we're called the city of roses, bridges, and parks. This is why I'm respectfully asking you not to allow our beautiful parks, open spaces, and golf courses to be opened up to the houseless. We need to find long-term solutions to help the least of our brethren. Changing Wapato Prison into Bybee Lakes homeless shelter was a great start. Opening up parks would be a Band-Aid. I was raised to look out for the underdog, those who are underprivileged, economically depressed, you name it. I have worked at homeless shelters, migrant farm workers camps, etc. So this has nothing to do with not caring. Like all of you, I care. I'm more than willing to roll up my sleeves, as Sam Adams recently requested, and as well as open my wallet. In fact, I think if the city council could locate or purchase vacant lots, empty parking lots, or underutilized industrial land, many of us would be willing to help with the cleanup, even help purchase tiny homes for our brothers and sisters in need. I believe that in addition to purchasing tiny homes by churches or concerned Portland citizens, those same people can and should make a personal connection with the people who reside in them. This personal connection could help as much as anything else. It would be great if once again Portland became a leader in helping a cause, in this case, homelessness. In closing, I beseech you to continue your great work and to continue to work on the image and livability of Portland for all its citizens. Please help us go from last Sunday's headline, Stumptown becomes Dumptown, to Portland, a city of roses, bridges, and parks. Thank you again for all your hard work.
Next up, we have Atul Acharya.
Hi, can you all hear me? Great. So my name is Atul Acharya. I am the president of Portland Neighbors Welcome, but I'm here in my personal capacity only. Since some have said it matters, I am also a homeowner and a taxpayer here, and I urge the council to vote yes on this proposal with the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. Here's the thing. If you want fewer tents on your streets, you should support shelter to housing. If you want less trash around, you should support shelter to housing. If you want equity, as some at the top of the meeting said, you should definitely support shelter to housing. It's a win-win. It's more equitable for people who are housed, but more importantly, it's more equitable for our poorest and most vulnerable neighbors. My only request is that the council go slightly further in the narrow but meaningful ways proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome. I ask that the council allow multiple RVs on lots so that people living in that housing situation are not dislocated when the housing emergency ends, or alternatively, extend the housing emergency at least until the end of the pandemic. I ask that the requirement of sewer connections be relaxed, because a sewer connection is not the only best practice sanitation solution, and for vehicle dwellings, it can be entirely cost prohibitive. At 10 to 20 grand per connection, it does no good to say that rich and poor alike are free to sleep in their RVs. And finally, I ask that for conditional review permits, that they be waived in appropriate situations, specifically that churches, faith-based organizations, and other community-based organizations should be permitted to host sanctioned shelters under 20 accommodations per site without conditional use review. This is also to prevent those from becoming cost prohibitive. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to present this testimony.
Next up, we have Andrew Olshan, Tim Pitts, and Edith Gillis.
Okay. Hi, my name is Andy Olshan, and I'm the founder and executive director of Cascadia Clusters. We have been working to hire and train houseless Portlanders for about 3.5 years now. We have worked with the Kenton Women's Village, the Agape Village, Hazelnut Grove, and we have been thrilled to have worked with Mayor Wheeler and Zach and a bunch of other folks to help set up the C3PO villages. We built 115 platforms for those villages. We added solar power. We would like to accept the challenge of building what we believe will be a very highly cost-effective model, where we use the pallets that we built at the C3PO villages, and we put an insulated ice shelter, which is basically a tent, on the top of it. We anchor it down with bolts, just the way we did strap the other houses, the pallet houses, down for earthquake preparedness. Then we would put a cot, a couple of storage containers, a solar powered light and power thing called a juice box that the mayor has already seen. And we would do this for under $2,000. We can do it in clusters of 6 units. And then we would visit this unit with one of our solar powered propane fueled mobile washer, dryer, and shower unit. And Commissioner Ryan's staff has been down in C3PO Village with us, building platforms. Thank you, Commissioner. You hired some great folks. Mayor Wheeler, Zach, wow, awesome, great hire. You guys are on the right track. Please continue, use the private sector, ask the faith community to be allowed to use their property. We sit on Capitol Highway right now. That property is zoned that you could put 20 units on it. I've already talked with Zach, and I encourage Commissioner Ryan's staffs, now that you guys are, thankfully, not because you're doing a bad job, Mayor Wheeler, but we needed more, definitely experience and energy and focus. And you've had a rough year. So it seems like you've got a team now on your city council. And Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Maps, welcome. Commissioner Rubio, welcome. Thank you all. I feel like I've been waiting for this for 3.5 years. Mark Jolin, you're still around. Thank goodness for that. Please do not let go of that guy. Commissioner Rubio, I think you have Andrea Durbin working for you. Wow, awesome, great hire. Mayor Wheeler, you get credit for that one. Thank you. And I'll take my comments off the air. You guys know where I am. We just submitted an application to the alternative shelter RFP. We can put 18 units on the ground in a 2-week period for $2,000 a unit. We are partnering with 3 neighborhood associations. I think the key to this moving fast is that some of you, and I would add Commissioner Myron to this list, need to sit down in the congregations with the people that own this property on a Sunday, on a Shabbat, whatever, it does not matter, and ask them if you can partner with them. I sat 25 years ago in Mayor Willie Brown's office. I was his homeless coordinator with the Archbishop of San Francisco. And what came out of that tea between the two of them for 20 minutes was the St. Joseph Family Center in the Mission District. And I know this is in San Francisco, and Mayor Wheeler, you have to be the collaborative, behind the scenes deal maker, putting these things together. You've clearly got 4 votes now, if not more. Whatever, let's get this done. Commissioner Hardesty, that Fire Bureau property at the Clinton Triangle, we could put a cluster of 6 there and pull folks from the BIPOC village that's gonna get kicked out. Let's start that right there. Then you guys got to figure out what to do with Stacy and Whitbeck. Okay, I know this is possible. We can put a work and live space at that triangle. Thank you, Commissioner.
Andrew, we love you. These are great ideas. We do appreciate you, and we appreciate your enthusiasm. You're 3 minutes over. We've got a lot of other people who'd like to testify.
And I got to go make dinner. So thank you all for doing what you're doing. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have Tim Pitts.
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for sticking around. My name is Tim Pitts, and I'm the owner of Think Real Estate, which is a real estate brokerage in Northeast Portland. Homelessness in Portland is a humanitarian crisis, and I am afraid things are about to get much worse. We haven't really talked about this today, but the residential eviction moratorium is going to be lifted, and the repayments of all this back rent is going to come due, and we are going to see a tidal wave of evictions. The resources offered by the city and state are a drop in the bucket, and the red tape to access these funds is difficult, to say the least. People will be left out, unable to pay, and even the kindest landlords will be facing the tough decision of evicting people who can't pay. There will be more homeless people a year from now than there are today. There's no 2 ways about it. I strongly support the shelter to housing continuum as a solution. There's nothing extreme in there. Letting property owners set up shelter facilities on their own property? Yes. Letting people live in RVs and tiny homes on private property? Yes. Letting people build buildings where people share a kitchen, or is it share a bathroom? Are we really having a conversation about whether that should be allowed? Yes, yes, yes. There's nothing in this proposal that should scare people more than the status quo, which is people dying in front of our eyes because we fail to take action to house people. Please vote for this important proposal. Thank you.
Next up, we have Edith Gillis.
Hello, my name is Edith Gillis, and I want you to not only declare but also practice as policy that housing is a human right, that we must have housing first, and we must extend the housing emergency, and we must provide livable wages and opportunities for people who are currently unhoused or unsheltered, inadequately sheltered or unsafely sheltered, to be able to earn money as they build their own houses and have equity. Do accept the S2HC with Portland Neighbors welcome. Do not require sewer hookups, but do include compost, gray water pumping stations, dump stations, mobile services, combined services, and bioremediation. Expand it to also include tenant co-ops and democratically run or peer-run, self-governed, not just limited to nonprofits and government agencies. Require all 95 neighborhoods to have the whole continuum. And I want to focus more on housing. We have over 16 times the number of people-less housing than we have of houseless people. So we must require that every multiple housing unit must have percentages of people of rent or mortgage for people who are representing those percentages of people in Portland with that income. And we must just take over these empty units that are not being used for anything. That is evil. You must have equal numbers and dispersion of low income and no income housing, and we must expand our parks and natural areas. We must expand the use and pay folks to be growing organic food, fuel, fiber, environmental restoration. We must allow in the right-of-ways and multiple use and expand in light industrial areas that are safe. Use those golf courses, protect the streams, protect the parks. We have a lot of other open areas. I want us to protect our topsoil. We have a lot of already covered ruined land that we could be using, parking lots, shopping malls, empty warehouses. Save the money that's being wasted on cops terrorizing people and instead invest that into what prevents crime, which is good parks, good housing, good services, and good community. Promote the Seattle Yes in My Backyard so that every block has a household or an individual that is promoted in a tiny house or ADU or in someone's homes that the whole community is supporting. Use adequate and environmental protection. We have to also pay those that have the lived services to teach us and prepare us when we're going to have massive houselessness, when almost everyone in Portland is going to be houseless, when we have the methane gas pipeline and the oil bomb trains explosions, when we have the earthquakes. We're going to have more parks. We're going to have more housing. We're going to have more people who are more skilled, have a stronger sense of community, that we're loving each other, we're more flexible. We're going to have to learn from those on the front line who've been houseless, that have the knowledge, the skills, the character strengths, the spirituality, the wisdom that we need to be developing to become healed in improving our own souls, to have the soul of Portland healed. So yes, and expand it.
Thanks, Sita. Keelan, how many folks do we have left?
I might need a little bit of time to just count everybody.
Sure, if you wouldn't mind. And again, folks, we're obviously not being draconian about the time here, but please be conscientious of the fact that there are people who are waiting, and a lot of people probably have to feed their kids and do other things. So let's try and keep it as close to 2 minutes as possible. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the next three and then do a count. Next up, we have Ben Jokjan, Nicole Johnson, and Terry Murphy.
Hello, my name is Ben Gochin. I'm 40. I'm a lifelong resident of Portland. I'm of Middle Eastern descent and the grandson of a slave and a disabled veteran. I was homeless on the streets of Portland in 1995 at 15 years old in North Portland. I survived a stabbing while I was 15, and I got off the streets by making better choices. I stopped taking drugs, and I found personal accountability. I agree that the most vulnerable people in the community need to be protected. I just disagree on who we think those people are. It's not the people that are drug addicts or the sex offenders that would rather live on the street than register. It's our kids that are the most vulnerable. And gentrification was a huge problem, but it generated tax revenue to fund community outreach. This new policy of gentrification creates additional hardships by pushing out businesses, those already here and those that might arrive to produce tax revenue to actually fund first world living accommodations for the unhoused. So if we want to save our most vulnerable, we need to clean up the tents in the city in the right of way, no camps and outdoor spaces, or continue along this path of gentrification and pass on a legacy of economic destitution to our children. As our beautiful city keeps slowly becoming a dumping ground, we need to make some changes. This is unacceptable. And I get that there aren't simple solutions, but there was a gentleman in the beginning of hours ago that was talking about how he had a father that was homeless and, but he's living in the house. He needs to take his father and bring him into the home. And there's people that are coming to our city because of our laws allowing drug use and all these other things, which, I have mixed feelings about. But there is an opportunity to share the burden of these people with the rest of our nation. And maybe a policy where if somebody has family that they don't have the money to get to that's willing to support them, hey, let's give them a bus ticket. Let's give them a card with a couple $100 every month for 3 months so that when they get there, they can land on their feet. And let's, enable these family members to take care of their own. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
We have 14 people remaining, Mayor.
Thank you, Keelan.
Next up, we have Nicole Johnson.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Mayor Wheeler and commissioners, my name is Nicole Johnson and I work for the land use advocacy organization 1000 Friends of Oregon. Thank you for your time today to consider a very technical project with a very humane impact. At 1000 Friends of Oregon, we are in full support of the shelter to housing continuum. This project would not only be a step in the right direction for meeting the needs of all Oregonians, we believe that shelter to housing continuum is an absolutely necessary policy to begin addressing our exponentially worsening housing crisis, specifically housing those with very low incomes and the unhoused. We also appreciate the clarity that the code change will not permanently cite shelter housing on parks and natural spaces. It's clear that we are now in a housing crisis, not solely because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but because of the insufficient building of diverse, specifically affordable housing. In order to solve this crisis, we need all the tools available to create diverse housing types with the goal of helping people short-term and long-term. I want to highlight our statewide land use planning goal 10, which is to provide the housing need, to provide for the housing needs of citizens of the state, with the availability of adequate numbers of needed housing units at price ranges and rent levels which are commensurate with the financial capabilities of Oregon households and allow for flexibility of housing location type and density. Excuse me. I want to congratulate our region as we have previously approved more tools in the toolbox to create more housing, such as the Portland City approved the Portland Housing Bond. Regionally, we approved the Metro Housing Bond and the Metro Homelessness Services Bond. Of course, how can we forget our House Bill 2001, our Middle Missing Housing Bond, and the Residential Infra Project. Although all of these projects will help, at the core, they do not address changing the land use codes to allow for us to house folks currently experiencing homelessness. We support this. Thank you.
Next up, we have Terry Murphy.
Hi, this is Terry Murphy. I'm a community organizer here in Park Rose. Generally, I support this. I like to talk about the communication aspects of this. I think that's where a lot of the misgivings are coming from. So while you folks have been working on this for 2 years, just like someone else had mentioned, a lot of us in the community have only become aware of this in the last few weeks, end of February kind of thing, through media and whatnot. And so we feel kind of rushed. We feel like it's a big thing that's happening and we have to get our minds around it real quick. and you guys are voting on it. So that's where a lot of the concerns are coming from in East Portland. And the communication also goes to the language in the proposals. Geographical distribution, of course, people in East Portland are concerned that we're going to take the brunt of this. And though you say you want to be equitable and the map shows potential sites, not intended sites, that language is not explicitly in the proposal. And so it leaves it open. And the other aspect of it is, how are we solving the whole equation here, which is, yes, we want to help the homeless, but we have to get rid of unsanctioned outdoor camping. And there's no language that really speaks to that. We hope everyone takes advantage of these new possibilities, but there's no language that says, here's how we're going to ensure that that happens. In other words, we want to see, here are 2 new sites coming into location here. And guess what? Over this period of time, all these other unsanctioned camping sites are now gone. That's going to be what measures success for the people on the ground here in East Portland. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Next up, we have Brent Bonfilio, Chris Blackmore, and David Call.
Hi, my name is Brent Bonfilio. I grew up in Northeast Portland and I still live there today. I wanted to say I'm against this proposal specifically because of the inclusion of parks and open spaces in it. First off, I think we can all agree that we have compassion and care for all people, obviously including the homeless. But of course, more housing and shelters, they're a great idea on paper, but this proposal is concerning in the way it wants to achieve that. City council members and urban planners like Engstrom and Wheeler claim that it isn't about letting people camp in public parks, but it's hard to see any reason to trust their statements when there's already so many unsanctioned tents and camps around. The parks are basically the last refuge for a city that has been largely inundated with garbage, human waste, and tents in many places that we look. If parks and open spaces are included, it's extremely naive to think that these areas will ever be the same and that people will be able to enjoy them in even remotely the same way as before. It will have lasting consequences that go beyond any temporary 180-day max requirement, which is almost half a year. Tents and RVs are virtually everywhere you look in the city, and this proposal will be yet another step in that direction. Of course, we need more housing access, but allowing tents and camping in parks and open spaces is not the answer. This isn't about who has more compassion or who cares about more people. This is about being reasonable and logical. This proposal is not. Thank you, and shout out to Block A, Sias, and Reggie.
Next up, we have Chris Blackmore.
Good evening. My name is Chris Blackmore, and I'm here today to express my support for the Shelter to Housing Continuum project. I support the proposed amendments put forward by Portland Neighbors Welcome and want to emphasize one in particular. Let's legalize tiny houses and RVs on private property, but please do not upend the lives of people who are already living in them by requiring costly sewer connections and the construction of campground-style posts for electricity and water. I live in a tiny home on wheels with my husband in Northeast Portland. Yes, it is very cute, and we still love it even after a year of quarantine. We love it because after years of being rent burdened and housing insecure, we finally had the opportunity to have an affordable place of our own. We invested a lot into making it happen and spent hundreds of hours researching utility systems. We discovered that hooking into the sewer would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Building a post was another $7,000 to $9,000. So we opted for a state-of-the-art composting and gray water recapturing system that is more eco-friendly and disaster resilient than the city's current sewage systems. We followed the city's own guidelines for our electric and water connections. If the city now imposes these expensive new requirements, lives will be displaced and I will be one of them. The reality is that people who live in structures on wheels just don't tend to have thousands of dollars at our disposal to connect to the sewer and replumb our homes. Additionally, this would create a future barrier for property owners. Wealthy residents might find it's worth the long-term investment, but the cost will be out of reach for low and middle income homeowners. It will also be an unnecessary burden to anybody who wants to allow temporary parking on their property, like giving a family member who just lost a job a place to park a camper while they get back on their feet. Having options like this available can make all the difference between having safe, stable housing and illegally camping on the street. I completely understand concerns about sanitation, but I fear this measure would ultimately result in a de facto ban on tiny homes and RVs throughout the city. There should be a suite of allowed solutions and temporary options available for dealing with gray and black water that are appropriate for the dwelling, the space it occupies, and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just jump in here and ask a quick question. You mentioned you have an alternative system. Could I ask how much, and if you don't want to answer this or don't feel comfortable, you're certainly not obligated, but can you give us some sense of the approximate cost?
Yeah, it varies based on like all the different components you want. You know, you can make a composting toilet with a bucket, but my composting toilet is a separate model and it's about $900. So it is more expensive than a plumbed toilet, but still like way less expensive than, you know, connecting to the sewer.
Yeah, and we had a number of other people testify to that earlier, so I'm just interested in what some of the alternatives are. I appreciate that. Thanks for sharing that.
Thank you.
Next up, we have David Call.
Thank you. Please bear with me. I am dealing with Bell's palsy, which affects my speech. My name is David Call, and I head the Creative Community Cooperative, a nonprofit based here in Portland. I'm probably better known for my musical work in the blues community, but I've also been deeply involved in causes that speak to its needs, especially those musicians who have culturally and economically enriched this area, but who have been marginalized by the very city they love and have helped to build. My support for the proposed amendments is second to the context with which they're given. Years ago, I approached the city with a proposal that, in looking back, would have saved a great deal of individual bureaucratic and collective hardship. Its premise was simple: invest in defined arts and culture districts, developing venues through assistance by creating performance-based programs and underwritten as musician-based jobs creation. Their minimal costs were more than balanced out by the projected reduction in demands on social services, as well as multiplier effect. To give some idea of the magnitude of impact, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics reports over 35,000 full-time working musicians pre-pandemic in this area alone, reporting an average annual income that is $200 a month below the poverty threshold. Too poor to be considered poor. Musicians and artists have quite literally been the canaries in the socioeconomic coal mine. Since then, the cooperative has stepped into the challenges of resourcefully creating means for musicians, other artists, and artisans to build owner equity in housing, workspace, and peer-driven human services. Our plan is high impact with small footprints, scalable, self-sustaining, and self-replicating. The vision has been to build a network of these cultural safe spaces, wholly owned by the residents, beginning with the poorest among us. Conventional wisdom said that bureaucratic resistance would stand in the way of the city adopting our plan, even as part of a broader strategic thinking. Sadly, the very people who criticized while contending singular points tactically addressed other related issues, but did not really ameliorate root causes. Enough of where we've been. Basically, the question now is where we're going. We have applied our white paper proposal to production-minded logistics. Take the Waterfront Blues Festival as a perfect example of being able to go and address infrastructural needs physical and human services related, to go completely greenfields, take care of thousands of individuals and restore spaces to their original condition in a span of as little as 2 weeks. I'm going to leave it at that. I have more that I would like to say, but I've said more than enough. I'm willing to share further, but thank you very much for your time and attention and your patience.
Next up, we have Caitlin Nissen, Nancy Wamser, and Reed Soltis.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me get started. Hold on. Okay, first I would just like to say thank you to the Portland City Council for taking time to hear from us today. Sorry, I always get so nervous when I talk to you guys, but one thing that hasn't been talked about really is Ted Wheeler's plan to clean up the city. A lot of that responsibility is set up to fall on his constituents, and the fact that he wants us to clean up the town for his mistakes, or your guys' mistakes, which I'm not trying to place blame, but I think there's a lot of issues that we haven't gotten to the root to. Given the fact that City Council has assisted in stripping Portlanders of religious, financial, and bodily freedoms during COVID-19 pandemic, why should we be encouraged to help you? And the fact that you guys are asking religious institutions to take a big brunt of the impact is also not fair, because they have been heavily impacted in the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's just not really fair that they have that, with everybody asking like, oh, well, their parking lots need to be used, instead of like, no one's asked for a Planned Parenthood parking lot to be used. So basically, in closing, I think that it would be very important for the city of Portland to consider maybe working in a capitalist way, because companies like McMenamins are actually really great at taking old buildings and converting them into new purposes. And I think that it would be very beneficial for the Portland City Council to, instead of going to government for solutions, maybe thinking in a more capitalist way, and maybe reaching out to business owners like McMenamins who are good at restoring old buildings. There's several buildings in Portland that could be used for this. And I think that that'd be a really great way to kind of meet in the middle for the people who want to see the homeless crisis end, but also think that taxpayers shouldn't be penalized for it. So I'm just suggesting that maybe we work with companies and reach out to them. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your perspective. And you're right that we should be looking to all institutions. In fact, this 2 years ago was the faith community coming to us at City Hall and saying, based on their mission and based on some of the assets they had, they would appreciate the opportunity to be able to support and help homeless folks in their respective neighborhoods. But the zoning that was currently in place wouldn't have allowed it. And so part of what we're doing here is actually reflecting that concern and that feedback from the faith community in particular. You're also right about the importance of us partnering in a meaningful way with the private sector. And I'm really pleased that we have leaders like Tim Boyle from Columbia Sportswear, who's actually put up $100,000 to help us with the Clean and Green Citywide Cleanup Initiative. So yeah, your point about partnership and not just relying solely on government solutions is a meaningful one, and I appreciate your testimony.
Yeah, could I add just one more thing? Would it be okay? The one thing I want to add is the fact that I think it's really great that these spiritual leaders and institutions want to help out. I think if they want to do that, they should be more than welcome. But I also think if you're going to be asking them to serve the community in that way, we should be lifting restrictions on them as well and giving them the freedom. If they're going to be having an influx in population, we need to allow them the freedom to fully reopen as well. And one other amendment I would like to suggest on the household going into the new housing is I really think that drug testing should be implemented, and that we should first be concerning that issue because that is very closely related to the homeless issue, and we really need to get people help, and just giving them a bottle of methadone isn't necessarily help. So I think that before we offer assistance in housing, we should first be offering assistance with drug addiction. And that's all. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Nancy Wamser.
Nancy Wamser. I'm a second generation Portlander. I'm 67. I grew up on the east side of Portland in the Montevilla, Gateway, and Centennial areas. I now own a home with my husband in Southwest Portland, about 5 miles from town. We do not see significant homelessness around us, but I wanted to first say that I fully support this proposal and absolutely agree with the earlier speaker who talked about trying to site houseless services in all 95 of our neighborhoods. So I do feel that that would be an important thing to do. I will submit my testimony through email because it's late and you've heard from so many people, but I did want to make one point that I don't think I've heard earlier today, and that's about scapegoating. I've heard a lot of discussion about open spaces and parks, and it seems to me that there really isn't a big dispute. I hear the mayor and others talking about the intent not to use parks, but to use community centers or other sorts of areas. It seems to me a drafting issue, that there could be tighter drafting to make it clear that certain open spaces are available and that some will not be used. My big concern is that if it's left in a loose way, or if houseless services are actually provided in city parks, we then are going to be scapegoating the houseless. And so I urge you to think about that perspective, that it would be putting those people living in that situation in an even more difficult circumstance when there already is so much anger and people are so divided on this already. We have other properties available. In closing, I just wanted to say that I don't think this is really complicated. I'm thinking about my little 4-year-old grandson. Any 3-year-old knows what you do when you see people who are crying or hurt. You step up and you offer help without judgment, blame, or hesitation. All of us used to be 3 years old. All of us used to have that wisdom. And it seems to me we need to start looking to that again and doing the humane thing. We have the resources, we can take care of our neighbors, and we should absolutely do so. Thank you so much for your patience today.
Next up, we have Reed Soltis.
Hi, yeah, I'm Reed Soltis. Thank you for the time. I support the passage of the shelter to housing continuum, but with some changes to the regulations, specifically about tiny homes on wheels on private property. Because I believe in expanding housing opportunities, I support lifting the 30-day limit on tiny houses on wheels, but I also want to express my support for the council's decision to limit it to one unit per private property. I also urge the council to create clear regulations about where they can be placed on the property out of concern for residents of neighboring homes. Unlike fixed structures, which have placement regulations like setbacks, as vehicles, tiny houses on wheels have none of them, but need them. There are tips like be a good neighbor and maintain as much fire distance as possible on portland.gov, but these are just tips and they're not laws. This is a problem because tiny houses on wheels are taller than conventional structures, giving them windows that rise above standard fences. So I know about this because my neighbor started renting out his backyard to 2 of them. And one of them is 5 feet from my fence and has 8-foot high windows that look into my backyard and directly into my bedroom window. I filed a complaint, as did another neighbor. But the current draft of the code doesn't prohibit this kind of placement. And I'm concerned that unregulated placement and indefinite timelines will make invasive units like this a permanent feature. So my goal is not to keep tiny homes out of my neighborhood. In fact, I welcome them. I only ask that we adopt a plan for their inclusion that is mindful of all neighbors' space and privacy. The current lack of regulation creates an opportunity for development-focused homeowners to extract rental income from land with no regard for how it impacts their neighbors. So I urge the council to keep the limit of 1 tiny house per property and see that it's actually enforced, and also recommend that we include some provisions to consider privacy, livability, and fire safety of all members of the neighborhood through mandated distancing and placement limits. Beyond that, I support all parts of this measure and I appreciate your time.
So Mayor, if I may ask Reed a question before he leaves. Thank you. Mayor, you're on mute, but I heard you say yes. Reed, I'm fascinated by your proposal because, as you know, we don't have that authority with developers today. We're building all over the city of Portland, and we're building housings that are bigger than the housing that existed prior to. We're building close-in housing that is touching up against neighbors' property. And I just want to check and see if you're suggesting that we put more restrictions on housing that houseless people could live in than we do for people who have options.
That's a good question. So I think, in my personal situation, these are people who have options. They own those homes. They have other places to put them. And so, I mean, if we're going to make rules, I've read the measure, the current draft of it, and it's pretty open to all of those. So it seems like it's not actually regulating one from the other.
Thank you for that clarification. I was just checking. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thanks.
Next up, we have Cody McGraw, Athen O'Shea, and Wes Sugar.
Hey everyone, as a side note, I've never ran a full marathon, but with this being my first testimony, I have a feeling we all know what it feels like. So thank you for being here. My name is Cody McGraw, and my wife and I are residents of Portland. I'm here because of what one of my teachers, Gary Barker, what he said to me, which was, don't be afraid to be open and adventurous. You got something to say too. So I'm here to say I support this proposal, and I'd like to use this time to zoom out a bit to differentiate between results and process. This isn't directed towards you, Mayor Wheeler, the commissioners, and the dedicated servants who have invested extensive hours into this housing crisis. Speaking to those like me who are new to engaging our local government, and to those who are opposing this proposal without offering amendments that contribute to a solution. So what I mean by differentiating between results and process is this. I used to have a habit of not eating after 8 p.m. And one time I was eating dinner and there were 3 minutes left before 8 o'clock, and I had a few bites of a sandwich left. Instead of enjoying my meal, I chomped that sandwich down as if my life depended on it. My wife looked over at me and said, you can be a few minutes late if it means you not choking. This made me snap out of it and realize I was so focused on the result. Don't eat past 8. Don't let this thing happen. I ignored the fact that I was creating a choking hazard for myself. And I think a similar lens can be applied to what we're talking about here. When it comes to addressing the immediate needs of people, the houseless community, are we focusing on results when we should be focusing on creating a better process? So don't make the mistake that I did and focus on a singular result. This proposal is opening the process of helping those who don't have the luxury of time. I'm giving you all a big bear hug right now. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Athen O'Shea.
Hello, Portland City Council. My name is Athen O'Shea, and I'm representing PDX Trans Housing Coalition, a trans and queer-led organization organizing for housing justice with unhoused trans and queer community members. Among other collaborations, we are part of the C3PO Villages project supported this year by the City of Portland. We thank you for that. We are here as a coalition because our unhoused trans and queer siblings are uniquely targeted in traditional shelter systems and social services and desperately need alternative shelter options. According to the National Center for Transgender Equality, 1 in 5 trans people experiences houselessness at some point in our lives. Up to 46% of houseless youth are trans or queer. Unfortunately, social services and homeless shelters are frequently hostile to trans and queer people. Trans women, men, and non-binary people are not safe in sex-segregated spaces such as open showers and sleeping and changing areas. Those who choose shelters over sleeping outside face interpersonal violence and abuse from other residents and staff. Marginalized people are typically the first to be kicked out when there's a conflict, and this is true for our community members. For these reasons and more, Many trans and queer people find that living outside or in a vehicle is a safer alternative to traditional shelter systems. Trans and queer people do not need more spaces that require skillful navigation and gender conformity in order to survive. Those spaces are literally killing us. We do need more options for creating safety on our own terms. PDX Trans Housing Coalition is strongly in favor of the open space zone changes because many of our community members do want and thrive in community-based alternative shelters like C3PO. Others prefer the independence of living alone, and removing the restrictions for vehicles or tiny houses on residential lots would support that. National studies show that co-housing and other group living options are also strongly favored by LGBTQIA people of all ages, incomes, and identities. We need more options for our community members who are struggling to survive multiple unjust systems. The open space zone changes are a move in the right direction, and we urge Portland City Council to support these changes. Thank you very much for your time.
Next up, we have Wes Sugar. Wes, are you able to unmute? Why don't we go to the next three and we'll come back to Wes. Next up, we have Mike Lindman, Walter Weiler, and Ted Labby.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mike Lindman. I am a board member of the Maplewood Neighborhood Association and the Parks Committee Chair for Southwest Neighborhoods. And I am speaking on my behalf. The Southwest Neighborhoods have already put in a letter that I hope you guys have a chance to read. I would like to say that we are very much encouraged by the shelter to housing continuum proposal, with only one exception, which is that, as many of the people before me have focused on, is changing an amendment to the open spaces to avoid conflict with parks and natural areas. I agree that there are certain areas that qualify under the open spaces definition right now that could and can be helpful and useful, but we should avoid using parks and natural areas. I think this is going to cause unneeded conflict for what is a very good solution. And I'd like to say that all of the Southwest neighbors, we were coming together to talk about people within our own families who have actually been experiencing houseless situations, and how it is that we need to be able to do everything we can to help out the folks who are in this position, and especially as the rent moratorium comes to a close, and we are going to probably have a lot more folks in this who are going to be in this situation. And so we as Southwest Neighborhoods definitely want to be able to help find private spaces or other spaces that can be used that are not our parks and our natural areas. And so we would love to be a partner in any way, shape we can. And that's all I have to say. Thank you for my time. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Walter Weiler.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Walter Weiler. While I am a board member of the Downtown Neighborhood Association, the DNA, my testimony today is my personal testimony. I strongly support approval of the Shelter to Housing Continuum, S2HC, that plan, but only with a restrictive amendment. The amendment must prevent use of zoned open space areas that are developed parks, environmentally sensitive areas, or public use trails. The S2HC plan provides flexibility in the city's land use and permitting system, which will allow the creation of managed sites. Then these sites can be managed to provide shelter, safety, access to water, and hygiene. However, open space, which is a developed park, an environmentally sensitive area, or a public use trail, must not be used for shelters either permanently or temporarily. I want to thank you for your service and for this time to testify. And I must say, you are patient people. Thank you.
Next up, we have Ted Labby.
Good evening, Mayor Wheeler, City Council. Thanks for the opportunity to comment tonight. I am here this evening as a representative of the Urban Green Spaces Institute. And as a green spaces advocate, I would like to offer my support for the proposed shelter to housing code reforms to make it easier to develop a greater variety of accessible housing choices across a wider array of sites within the city. I understand you're hearing a lot of feedback tonight from parks and open space advocates that want you to make it so that there can be no temporary shelters in parks and open spaces. I want to acknowledge that there's a lot in this proposal that make it the right choice in this desperate moment. In an ideal world, I would not support temporary shelters in our open spaces zone, but this is not an ideal situation. This is a housing crisis. So I want to encourage you to move forward with the proposed measure. I also want to challenge you to revisit some of the discussions that were had around the residential infill project, around expanding tenant opportunities to purchase their houses. I'd like to know where that's at, and consider alternative housing financing measures for lower income housing, homeowners, home buyers, and renters. I don't believe that it's just a land supply issue. I believe that there's other things that we need to be doing at the same time. And I think some of those issues remain to be done. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And I encourage you to move ahead in good haste. Thank you.
Next up, we have Wes Shoger.
Hi there, my name is Wes Shoger. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd also like to thank the mayor and the city council for your service during these very trying times. I mean, some of the stories I read about happening to you all in your personal lives is really just very troublesome to me. And even if I don't agree with you all on something, I certainly do stand by you on a personal level. That's just totally unacceptable. So I do thank you all. With that said, I don't have any major disagreements with the proposal. I think most of it's pretty non-controversial. And quite frankly, long overdue. I do disagree, or at least I have concern about the use of temporary shelters in open space zones. And I know this was previously discussed. There's an expansive list of things that occur in these zones, quite frankly, that I'm not fully aware of. But I just would really like to make sure or impress upon you that be really careful about what would be used. And if there's some sort of atypical use within the open space zone, yeah, let's think about it. I think would be something to study. One thing I would like to mention is, just kind of set the air clear with kind of camping and mass shelters. They're not necessarily low impact in regards to the environment. I'm sure you all kind of know that. And obviously this plan is meant to address that issue. I kind of hear some comments about, hey, here's some green space in the open space zones. Let's use that for a site. And I would say that, there's always opportunities to enhance our environmental services in the city with respect to expanding upon what we can do in the open space zones, whether it's stormwater treatment or green spaces and all that. And I kind of lost my train of thought and I'm running out of time. I don't know, y'all are doing great. Keep up the good work and thanks for the opportunity.
Next up, we have Tyler Marrow III and Simon Boas.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, so my name is Taylor Marrow III. So I want to say, I would support this measure absent the open parks and spaces. I'm a Black male that's been living here for like 17 years. I'm also a community college professor. I'm also a specialist in race relations and African-American history. I also have been homeless. I was one of these people that was homeless by choice, right? So I know what goes on in some of these camps. I know the exploitation of the women. I know the drug use, right? And so fundamentally, I have seen this city, I've lived here for 17 years, degrade. I walk around the city with my little mixed race kids and I have a problem. I have a problem not only with homeless people being there, but the dirt that is there and the inability of our city to bring back livability for citizens that not only pay taxes, but also for the people that are homeless. We have to have compassion. And my compassion for a homeless person is not to have them live in those spaces, right? I mean, we need to set some sort of standards. This is completely out of control. I beg you, please clean up the camps, come up with a clear plan that if you're going to vote for this measure, you're also going to come up with a way to get people that are living homeless or houseless, or whatever you want to call it, get these illegal camps out of here. Because it is not fair to me. It is not fair to my children. It's not fair to the future of this city. And more importantly, it's not what you have been elected to do. You have been elected to take care of our city. Our city used to be beautiful. I cannot drive more than 30 minutes through my city without seeing it being treated like a dump. That is not fair again to me. That is not fair to my children. That is not fair to the future of the city. And one last thing. People crapping on golf courses, right? I play golf. I play golf because not only can I afford it, but I play golf because it is in moments where I get to look at nature, have really great conversations, and bond with friends. And if you can't respect that, if people see it as a wasteless thing, that is fine, right? But we live in a nation where people have values and there's freedom, and I value the opportunities I'd have that people might be crapping on a golf course, and that is the value to bond with people, create better human connections, to get exercise, and to enjoy what not only what my tax dollars pay for, but what my ancestors slaved away for to me have some rights. Thank you.
Next up, we have Simon Boas.
Hi, commissioners. Thanks for letting me speak here today. My name is Simon Boas. I'm a resident of the King neighborhood. I'm here to express my support for the shelter to housing continuum and the amendments proposed by Portland Neighbors Welcome, especially the proposed amendment to not undermine existing dwellings by requiring cost prohibitive and unnecessary sewer and or electrical connections. For years, the city of Portland has provided guidelines for hosting and living in tiny homes on wheels and RVs on their property. And these guidelines have worked for many Portlanders, myself included. Because Portland has thus far made living in a tiny home on wheels legally and financially accessible, I've been able to live in Portland near my parents on property owned by friends. My wife and I have built a life and a community that would not have been otherwise possible. It would be entirely cost prohibitive for many Portlanders to add electrical posts and sewer connections to their RVs and tiny homes. Requiring such hookups may seem reasonable at first glance, because we're used to seeing them at campgrounds, but if you walk through many of Portland's neighborhoods, you'll see that allowing RVs and tiny homes on wheels on residential property is effective without these requirements. The city already provides guidelines for Portlanders who want to invite their neighbors to share their property, and we've seen those guidelines work for years now. Adding sewage hookups and electricity posts to a residential property can easily cost up to or beyond $20,000. I know this because I've looked into it before. Requiring these hookups as part of the continuum would suddenly displace many Portlanders who have been living happily alongside their neighbors for years. It would exacerbate the housing crisis in our city rather than help it by undoing years of progress on affordable, accessible housing. There are many alternatives for providing sanitation connections to tiny homes and RVs that do not add sudden astronomical costs to people's existing homes. I recognize the concerns about sanitation and safety, but I fear this measure, as currently written, would effectively mean that existing tiny homes throughout the city will suddenly become illegal for all but the very wealthy. Existing guidelines for providing electrical power to RVs have proven to be safe and effective. There's lots of alternatives. I could go on, but thanks so much for hearing me today.
Mayor, that completes testimony.
All right, very good. So colleagues, first of all, thank you everybody who testified today. This was expansive. I've taken notes. I'm sure all of my colleagues have taken notes. We have completed the testimony. I would propose that we do this. I will continue this session. We could have a discussion now. We could ask questions now, but it might make more sense given that we've been here for many, many hours and it's getting late. Let's take our notes. Let's be thoughtful. Let's come back and we'll start with the questions. And this will give us a little bit of time to hash through some potential amendments or have some conversations amongst ourselves. Can I get a head nod if that's approximately vociferous head nodding? Okay, so because this hearing was held remotely, obviously there's less flexibility for people listening to decide at the very last minute that they'd like to testify or respond to something that may have been said during public testimony. With that in mind, and the fact that the council will be deliberating on proposed amendments, as I just indicated, potentially next week, we will leave the written record open until 5 p.m. Friday, March 26th. That means if people want to email us and send us thoughts, ideas, information, or if you're inspired to testify based on something you've heard, you have that opportunity to do so via email until 5 p.m. on Friday, March 26th. If you have anything more to contribute or you wish to respond to something that was said today, you can do that in writing. Written testimony can be submitted online, and the URL for that is www.portlandmaps.com/bps/map app/proposals/numbers/S2HC. You're not going to remember that. Keelan, can you flash that up on the screen, or can somebody from staff, so that will at least be in the record? And can we make this website available? I think staff has to do that. I know somebody from staff has that.
I have that slide, Mayor, and I'll look for it right now.
Make sure that, Keelan, can you let Eric host so he can, or can you let him share his screen so he can put that up, please?
Yes, Eric, you should be able to whenever it's ready.
Okay, so there it is. And Eric, where else will that URL be available if people would like to see that? Is there an easy place where somebody can reach that? Eric? I will make sure that ends up on the mayor's website. To my staff that's listening, can you make sure the URL ends up in a very visible place on my website, so that if people would like to access it, they can do that. So we are carrying over this item to next week for the council's continued deliberation about the project and its proposed amendments, and time for Q&A with Bureau staff. I want to make sure that we have secured a time, Keelan, for that next week.
Yes, 2 p.m. time certain on Wednesday, the 24th.
So Wednesday, the 24th, 2 p.m. time certain for the council discussion, Q&A with staff, proposed amendments. We have also reserved time the following Wednesday on March 31st at 2 p.m. to consider any amendments that are proposed next week, and presumably a scheduled vote on the project. Because this is a land use matter, staff have prepared findings documenting consistency of the proposal with land use policy. So through this, we are directing a final preparation of findings. Staff will be updating that document, which is Exhibit A of the zoning ordinance, in response to testimony, and will then offer a substitution when we meet again. So we will incorporate all of those changes for next time. Colleagues, anything else before we adjourn? Commissioner Hardesty.
I just want to thank all the staff. This was just a huge lift for so many bureaus. And I want to thank the 100+ people that showed up and provided testimony. It's a long day for all of us, but I really wanted to appreciate staff before we left.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else? Very good. Thanks, everybody. Terrific work. Thanks to everybody who testified. Thanks to staff. Keelan, thanks for you for hanging out all these hours with us today. And with that, we are adjourned.